What is going on? It is Friday, and you'll notice the background is a little dark today. It is scheduled to be well over 100 degrees today. No, that song is not new. That is one of the Steampunk Dreams songs that are done. I'm gonna be contracting out the last three songs today. Um, and then we will get that taken care of. Realized I didn't fix that yesterday. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do with today. 100 degrees scheduled to be. That is some serious amount of yeah. I turned off the two floor panel lights. I turned off two of the Edison bulbs. I have just the one Edison bulb and the flame bulb in the back to, just do that little back corner. I've got the little bit of string lighting back there. But oh my lord. And my summer has not been like an amazing experience so far. I finally felt like I could swim in the morning at the public pool. So we got a pool pass. And then I got an ear infection. And I can't swim. Well, I can swim today. Today is the first day that I'm allowed to swim. And just purchased a Archer. Thank you. Appreciate that. So today's the first day that I'm authorized to swim. Like I can go swim. But I can't. There it is. There's the chime. But I can't swim because I have to do the show this morning, and I have to do the show this morning because the Ashes of Creation testing is this afternoon. Oh, look at that. Picking up skins. I appreciate you. So, I want to talk about, I want to buy out all my boxes from last night. Don't forget to buy your bone chests from last night. There it is. Cha-ching. We had a very amazing night last night, PvPing in Stream Raiders. We went 23-8. We were done with all our tickets in about the first 3 hours. So that made Stream Raiders really fun yesterday. And I was here. I was in my top hat. So you had an ear infection. You need to keep water from getting inside for 2 months. Yeah, sometimes they're really bad. Mine wasn't too bad. I gotta go into the doctor on Tuesday, get my ears checked again because he wanted to see me. I have to have my, actually, what sucks is on Tuesday I have to have my ears irrigated, which isn't fun. That is never a fun time, but hopefully we'll only take a couple of minutes and get all the wax out of my ears. I'll be able to keep hearing. It's just like, you got to get your ears fixed. You got to get your eyes fixed. You got to, it's like, like, come on, karma, leave me alone. Hey, speaking of karma's in, come here. Thank you. Good boy. Stay off my air conditioning pipes. Don't break my air conditioner. That would be mean. So I want to give Intrepid another shout out, because I'm very, very critical of Intrepid in their process. And I'm very, very critical of Intrepid in their process because I think we're past the point. Of kid gloves. I think we're past the point of treating them like, oh, it's okay, they're a new company. Oh, it's okay this. Oh, it's okay that. No, I think 5 years in, there's some things we need to, hold Intrepid accountable to. But when we hold somebody accountable, you then have to say, all right, you get all this stuff wrong and I'm gonna call it out. But when you get stuff right, I gotta call that out too. They had the build shipped early. That's right. Last night, let me get an exact time. Last night, the build was ready at 5:30 Pacific time yesterday. So before the end of their duty day. Sorry. Before the end of their work day. Slipping back to my military terms. before the end of their workday, they had the build ready. It's exactly what you need to have. Okay? Exactly the way that should work. The build should be ready to go the night before. And the reason why the build... Can we Bob Ross up for a little bit? Why aren't you switching? Oh, of course. Now my stream deck wants to... Now my stream deck wants to be, for Snickety. We Bob Ross this up? Yeah. So... Oh, where's my jazz? Oh, that doesn't work for me. Media source. There we go. So, you guys have seen me do this a couple of times. We're going to do Thursday and Friday's clocks, right? We're going to do Thursday and Friday's clocks, except we got to make sure that we make these in color. So, right? And yeah, I got to look into getting a better pen. Here's Thursday. Here's Friday. Here's Friday, right? They're not the same size. I'm aware. So, here's 1800, right? And here's the end of your work day. And here's 0900. Here's the start of your day. Here's where you're aiming to do the testing, right? You're aiming to do the testing here. Okay? And then 1700 is when you're aiming to end the testing, give or take, right? All of this time right here and all of this time right here is not work time. People are driving home to work. People are seeing their kids. People are being husbands and wives. People are being, aunts, uncles. They're being moms and dads. They're doing this crazy fucking thing called sleeping. They're working out. They're reading. They're doing all that not work time. Okay? So the fact that they had the patch up at 1800 means they know Friday morning they are good to go. They know they have the build ready. Those people can go. They can take the deep breath. They can relax. They can, they can do things other than stay at work till 2300 trying to get the build ready. Now, I say 0900. I know some of them. I know Steven's up at 4 or 5, but I say 0900 because that's, if you're going to work till 6, 9 to 6 is about, your standard work day. So people are always like, oh, well, we're testing at 11. Yeah, but these guys didn't come in till 11, right? And then you've got noon to 1700. This is your testing window. So if you add in here a little green, that's like the go time. Green for go time. I think what Intrepid did for last night was amazing. Was absolutely amazing. You set it up. Appreciate that. You set it up so you guys could go home on Thursday. They knew they had Friday's build ready, which means they get to go home. They get to decompress. They get to come in on Friday. They get to look at the data in real time. What's going on? And you need that. If you don't have that, you start to make mistakes. I've been kicked off when I was still working. I've been kicked off the base. I've been sent home. Like, I don't want to see you for 2 days. You've been here for 96 hours. I don't want to see you for 2 days. I want you to go sleep, see your wife, see your kids, go get a workout in. If I see you, you better be in the gym getting your pump on. You better be at the pool swimming. I better not see you in the office. In fact, I've had a boss after a 96 straight hours on station. I had a boss reach in and just take my BlackBerry and say, you're off the clock until Monday. No one's going to call you. No one's going to bother you. I was like, that's a good boss. Mission's done. Now, there are some times where, you know, you just said, I said after a 96-hour day, there are some times that you're going to be at work for 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. You're going to be sleeping on the couch in your office because shit's going wrong. And those are, you just got to suck that up, Buttercup. But since last Thursday, I've been incredibly impressed by Intrepid. Last week, we're testing this, we're doing this. Thursday, Friday, we're testing this, we're doing this. This is how this is going to work. Cool. The patch for tomorrow's playtest is now live and available for download. Tomorrow's test will be focusing on general server performance, AI controller search and destroy, siege updates, itemization testing, and siege dragon balance testing. See you tomorrow. So at least we know what we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing tomorrow. We're doing today. We're going to be hunting for ghost AI controllers. So we're probably going to be told, stay below the map, stay below the line, kill a bunch of stuff for the first 2 hours. I wouldn't be surprised if they told us to stay in the starter area or the starter continent for the first 2 hours. And remember, this image comes from the wiki. This isn't mine. I'm not breaking my NDA. That they'll be like, stay south of the river or stay on the southern continent. We'll do that for a couple of hours, and then they'll say, okay, report to Winstead, get your gold, get your gear, get your XP, get your guild formed, go to the siege area. If anybody's looking for a guild temporarily so that you have people to hang out with, and you have Alpha 1 testing, or you have Alpha 1 access, but you don't have a guild, there's my Discord. You can join us there. We hang out there to talk during the sieges, and we'll be on Resna, and I will get you into the guild for the siege. If we have to move to like Norland again, we'll do that. We'll go as a guild. You have to be in a guild to do the sieges, so we're more than happy to hang out with people. Yeah, they said more siege testing today because we're going to be testing siege updates in the siege dragon balance testing. So yeah, we're gonna be doing a little of that. Do a little of this, a little of that, a little of the other. I made a guild last test for myself. Guess what it was called? Z. Any more info on ghosting bugs? Yeah, we're testing that again today. We're doing AI controller search and destroy. Make love, not pizza. Z, you're a pervert. You want people to make love, not pizza? The kitchen is not the right place to be making love. I'm sorry. So with that said, I do have to ding Intrepid on something. Have you tried talking about Steven about the dragons, or are you saving that for the interview? I haven't had a chance to talk to Steven about the dragons, because of my personal life. My personal life popped in, although I will share something that Steven shared with me, and it has nothing to do with the game. Steven and I were talking, because as you know, I was having a really shitty Sunday, a really shitty Monday, and a really shitty Tuesday. But on Sunday, Steven sends me this message, and it was like, what the, it was like, he said, dude, I you know, the craziest thing I just noticed scrolling through Twitter, and I was, you know, I was like, fuck. I literally said, this could go really bad because of the mood I'm in. And then he LOL'd, and I'm like, okay, what's going on with his Twitter? And I said, He said, we have the same wedding band. He and I actually have the same wedding band. So Tamir and I are married, and he and John are married, but we have the same wedding band. That's kind of crazy. Because ours is a very, very uncommon wedding band. What's wrong with the dragons? I'll get there in a second. I do want to talk about the one thing I got a ding Intrepid on about their patcher. Their patcher sucks. Okay, their patcher sucks. Their uninstaller sucks. And normally I wouldn't bring this up at this point. I would say, you know what, it's alpha and they're still working through it. They've been working on this sumbitch since 2017 with Alpha 0. They've had an opportunity to iterate their patcher in 2018, 2019 with Apocalypse. I clicked on the patcher today and it said, would you like to install the game into C downloads? No, I don't want to install the fucking game into the downloads folder. I said, you know what? Something went fucking wonky. Let me uninstall the entire thing. I uninstalled the entire thing. It doesn't take all of the files off of my computer. And it's not like we're talking about like those optional files, like your screenshots folder stays in your documents thing. No, I'm talking about I used the uninstaller to take their thing off, and I have like core files everywhere again. To me, that's a problem because we've had this problem since 2017. So I need to write that up and say you really need to fix your patcher, especially the uninstaller. Anybody else remember when you had to uninstall APOC? Or it might have been Alpha Zero. My brain's a little... You had to go into your registry. I understand that alpha testers sign up for a certain amount of inconvenience. You should never, ever, 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 ever be shipping a product to bulk testers if those bulk testers have to go into your registry. You can fuck your computer up so badly, so quickly when you're in your registry that if you ever have to have people working in their registry, you need to fix the problem. You need to not send it to any more bulk people. Okay? And then you need to provide the exact instructions for how to take that shit out of your registry. Because remember, the more shit that's in your registry, the more fucking just bullshit that can happen to your computer. I really... Intrepid has been impressing the shit out of me for 3 testing sessions, and then today the installer was jank as fuck, and I need to write that up, but I need to write that up and say, hey, your patcher didn't do a clean uninstall. Why are testers modifying registry? Because they left a file behind in the registry. The uninstaller didn't take it out. And I like a very clean system. I like a very neat system. So, and then you had to go into percentage app data percentage. You had to go into percentage app or program files. You had to go to like 6 different places to take all the Intrepid stuff. It's not a file, it's a value. Thank you. It's not a file, it's a value. They're leaving a value in your registry. And I like a very clean registry. I don't, because, you know, if you don't, you can have weird shit happen. Like right now, I'm pissed off at NVIDIA. Their broadcast software is doing wonky shit. And you're like, dude, you're fucking NVIDIA. Can't you get this right? Now, to circle back around, what's wrong with the dragons? I've talked about this a couple of times. I don't think that the dragons should be in the siege mode at all. Because for MMORPG players, purists, is that the alpha? This is the developer's footage of the alpha, yes. This is different developer footage of the alpha. And welcome, first-time caller. The dragons for MMORPG purists, they're not going to like it. And let's Bob Ross it up again for a second here. When I say an MMORPG purist, what I'm talking about is here's the total of all the people who play MMORPGs, right? And well, work with me here because I'm talking about a cross set. Oh, yeah, we'll do all the people who play MMORPGs, and over here is the cross section of MOBA players, right? So this is MOBAs. This is MMORPGs, right? And for this example, we're saying all of this is the purists, right? These guys only play MMORPGs. And this section right here is the overlap of people who play MMORPGs and MOBAs. I think the current I think the current siege testing with the dragons in it is going to appeal more to the people who also play MOBAs than it is to people who are purists and only play MMORPGs. I say that because the dragon inclusion creates objectives that aren't pure capture the castle. And I think that's going to be problematic. I think that's problematic because there's 8 meaningful themes in Ashes of Creation. There's castle sieges and node sieges. There's guild wars and there's node wars. There's caravans, there's arenas, there's bounty hunting, and there's the enemy of the state mechanic. So there are these 8 meaningful PvP themes. Remember that the castle siege is the premier guild versus guild content. While there are guild versus guild wars, that's open world, lollygag, ass grabbery combat. And it's going to get a little less that and a little more structured when Steven starts telling us what the victory conditions are. But for right now, you know, every guild versus guild open world war turns into ass grabbery. And the castle sieges dictate the 5 monarchs of the world and who controls 20% of the world. With that said, I am not against the current siege mode being a battleground. I am not against the current siege mode being a battleground, the Ashes of Creation equivalent of Alterac Valley. Alterac Valley. I think I put the vowels in the wrong place. But I think as the deciding factor of who controls the castle and who becomes the monarch, the dragons are a distraction. On paper, and now having played it once, I think the dragons are a distraction, and I think you're going to have a lot of castle sieges that I personally don't believe that the hardcore PvP people that you would want to be engaging in the castle siege content are going to enjoy it. I think they're going to find that it's too... I can already predict they're going to call it too Careberry. They're going to say it's too PvE flavored. And then the problem comes in if ArcAge 2 comes out with an amazing castle siege system, and they already had a pretty damn good castle siege system in ArcAge 1. If ArcAge 2 comes out and has an amazing castle siege system, that will draw the hardcore guilds out of Ashes. And then you've kind of like, if you build it, they will come. But the trick to that is you need them to come. You need them to show up. I must agree, the siege is working well, it seems, and what I hear, but the dragons need to get removed. They could do dragons be a thing in the sieges, but pre-siege only, where attackers could try to kill the dragons to weaken Monarch's dragons, but mid-siege no, and only one dragon. No, I don't think they need to have the dragons at all. Because I think there's enough buildup for those underworms on week A, week B, and week C. So again, I think it's Steven's love of being an MMO or being a MOBA player. Steven's trying to model the castle siege mode for what his personal preference is. And let me say this right out there. Steven can model the castle siege any way he wants because it's his game, he's building it, he's paying for it, right? But the castle siege system has to be good enough that you are engaging 2,500 players, right? 5 castles, 250 versus 250, 2,500 players per server. You have to be making a mode that is, 25% of your concurrent population wants to play this mode, and you're talking about the grandest prize, but it's supposed to be the grandest prize of the PvP content. And also, why are there three dragons just sitting around a castle? Why haven't see there? Then there has to be the why doesn't this shit make sense? If I was the monarch and there's these 3 dragons right outside my castle, why have I not dealt with them before siege day? Right now, of course, I know we've got to remember it's a video game, and I wouldn't know when siege day is. I have to be able to be sieged at any time, but that's not fun either. So you're fighting for buffs during the siege and the time leading up to the siege. Yeah, that doesn't work either, because that makes the siege too long. You can't say we're gonna have a 2-hour window where you fight over the dragons and then a 2-hour siege, because now you're talking a 4-hour commitment. I mean, I don't have a problem with the 4-hour commitment, because I'm an ex-EVE Online player where we would siege for damn near 12, 14 hours sometimes. But the common average player doesn't want to be tied up for 4 consecutive hours. So that's part of the problem. Hi, want to come over? Come on. I'll pick you up. Oh, you're feeling good. You're feeling healthy. You're feeling chonky. The siege mode is describing the old Altec Valid as a good thing. Is siege testing supposed to be representative of castle sieges? I can't see 3 dragons hanging around each castle. So the siege mode with the 3 dragons would be like Alterac Valley if they did it as a battleground mode, but I don't understand why 3 dragons are hanging around each castle. Z, you're a pervert. I don't understand 3 dragons hanging around each castle on the siege day. You think the dragons would be like, let's fly off. These people are crazy. They're coming to kill me. Are you trying to leave? Don't want to sit up here? Okay, go on. Good boy. So. He's like all mad. He like wants pets, but he won't sit on my lap to get some pets. Hi. So, yeah, I think and we'll continue to test the dragons, and then I'm gonna do my roll up for Steven and be like, hey, I don't think the dragons work. I think, and here's why. And the good thing is Steven is really, really, really receptive to player feedback. So when I give him the why, he'll either be like, yeah, I agree with you, or he'll be like, well, no, I don't agree with you. I would be okay with it if the dragons were summoned by one team to fight for them. Yeah, I could see maybe, if that worked that way, but maybe if there was, like, I like the idea of being able to summon a dragon, but there needs to be some more, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I have no problem if you want to have 3 dragon summoning points, and I think that might be an alternative to what they've built, is a taming phase. So for example, you have the 3 spots where the dragons can show up, and make those channeling points that flash the defenders have begun channeling the earth dragon. And then if you don't get out there as the defenders within 5 minutes and wipe them, now there's this dragon on the board that you have to deal with, because that dragon's coming. The other way around, the attackers channel, the attackers go out of their castle, which now you have a play here. Let's why are you not? Oh, because I'm stupid. Because I am stupid. That is why. Because that is. There we go. Now it works right. Oh, appreciate that. That's 9 months. That's a Twitch baby. So real quick, the way, and this is not gonna be accurate because I am not an artist, but you have a castle that looks something like that, like give or take, it's a castle. And then you've got the ice dragon here. You've got the fire dragon about here. You've got the forest dragon about here. And then you have the attackers spawn camp here. And so the dragons are there and you're running around and you're trying to kill the dragons so you could get the buffs. I think the better way to do that would be there's a channel for each of these points, right? And then if the green team stands here in channels for 5 minutes, then the red dragon cat, then the red dragon cat goes attacks the castle. But if the attackers come out, or if the defenders come out and channel it, then he comes over to harass them at their respawn at their siege. Like, literally, you can't get out of your siege because there's a dragon standing there camping you. That, I think, would somehow be a better format than this current, yeah, I should make that a non-fungal token, and, you know, I should do my art as NFTs, right? And let you guys own, like, official Jahlon, you know, paint, you know, I so should. But yeah, I don't like the dragons in the current siege content. I'm gonna test it again today. I'm gonna test it again today, see how it works, and you know, get some more feedback. I agree with that, Jay. That's effectively Altaric Valley. Yeah, you see, now we're talking. Now we have dual purpose development. You've already developed this content. Uh-oh. Hold on, 1 second. Come on. Not home. Come on. Come see the show. Come see the people would love this. They never get to. Come on. Come on. My daughter's not home. Her cat's out in the hallway, screaming at her door, looking for her mom. But yeah, see, now we have effectively created a battleground, but you haven't lost any development time because all you have to do is take out the dragons. You could put something else there. You could take out the dragons, put a channel spot for buffs there. Now you don't have a dragon to kill, you just have a channel spot. And now, like, instead of putting a dragon in here, why aren't you going backwards? Oh, because. So instead of putting dragons right here, you could put little towers, right? You could put little outposts right here. You channel for 5 minutes, you control the outpost. The outpost gives you a buff, and it becomes a respawn spot for you, or a teleport to spot. And you could have these give buffs. You could also, these could be little mini fortresses with like 4 ballistas on top that then become, you know what I'm saying? You fight over them. It's like the outer rim of the defenses for the castle, but they don't start with them. And what you can do, right, is you can do a buff and you could do time, right? And what I mean by that is, say this entire clock is supposed to be 2 hours, right? If the attackers control all 3, that creates a stop time condition. If we control all 3 spots, the timer no longer runs. So it took us 30 minutes to capture all 3. Remember I said the benefit of the castle is you have the clock. You only have to run out the clock. Well, you have these three, you control all three of these outposts. The clock now doesn't run. You're not on the clock anymore. You have all the time in the world to siege the castle because you control the three outer things. This now creates a stressor for the defenders. They have to come out and they have to get one of these flipped back to start the clock again. The other thing is that if the defenders take all three of these, the clock is sped up. Varsity Blues, the clock's still running, but now the clock is running at ×2 speed. If the attackers don't get out here and take one back, they're losing half their time. So now you become, I don't think stopping the clock is great. People still have real lives, and elongating the siege too much might cause problems. It could, but you got to remember, who's the target audience for the castle? That hurt. Who's the target audience for the castle sieges? The hardcore people. I don't think people are gonna be upset if the clock gets stopped periodically and you turn a 2-hour event into a 2-hour and 30 event. I also, at the same time, you have the ability to take this 1-hour event and turn it, or this 2-hour event and turn it into a 1-hour event. This makes the damn, three objectives you want people to fight over more meaningful, more flavored to MMORPG players instead of mobile players. Now, I think this model is more appealing to MMORPG players than it is to, you're this we're trying to do this MOBA-esque thing. So won't this make the stall at the castle gate even longer? Yeah, it would. But remember, this is just one part of it. Remember, I've also said once the channel starts, the respawn should be flipped. And then if I get the channel started at all, now my attackers are respawning in the basement and the defenders are respawning out at the wild. Once we flip that control room, now it's in our favor. The clock stopping though makes the attacker side basically a defender side by getting all three and stopping the clock. They only have to hold those three until the castle peeps go to sleep. You're right. However, the defenders then are motivated, because remember, you only have 250 people. The defenders can hold the castle and take all three of those points. And remember, they only ever have to hold one of them to keep the time running. Or maybe we don't do, and you're right, maybe we don't do stop time. Maybe we do half time. So maybe, you've got your 2-hour clock, right? If the defenders hold all three, this becomes a 1-hour and 30 clock. If the attackers hold all three, it becomes a 2-hour and 30 clock. So you're right. Maybe we don't do a total stop time. Maybe we do a slow time. I think that makes those points way more valuable than a dragon buff. And it also is going to make it so I've dedicated 25 of my best PvPers to holding that point. I've dedicated, I can't think of her name. Can't think of Yara. I'm Yara with the 50 best killers on the island, and we're holding one of those points. And now you start getting the people who are like roving patrols between the two, trying to kill the other team. I think this creates a much better environment than we have these random dragons here in a good pop. And I'm not saying nobody likes the dragons. I've never said nobody likes the dragons. There's people who like the dragons. There's people who like exactly what Steven designed. Some of those people, I discount their opinion entirely. No offense. There are some people who are going to like whatever Steven designs, no matter what Steven designs, because they're fanboy loyalists. No offense, I don't count your opinion. If you never say a critical word about a developer, I just can't take your opinion seriously. The people who like it and can put up an articulate argument for why they like it, those are the people I want to hear from. I also want to let you guys know that I do discount people on the other end of the spectrum as well. People who hate on Intrepid for no good articulate reason, I discount their opinion as well. Like the guy yesterday, who said in Ashes of Creation looks like shit. Tell me why. He won't tell me why. He just wants to rag on the game. I think you have great ideas. Please tell Steven. Unfortunately, somebody else has to tell Steven. But they do tend to take a look at everything in my show. I'll probably clip this out and I'll probably put this particular section on YouTube. Just so that it's there. Because, unfortunately, it's going to become a matter of getting Steven to understand that I appreciate the dragons in a battleground mode. And I'm not saying the dragons are bad for a battleground mode, guys. I think making a battleground mode with that people can queue into, I want to see it in a more complete state before I judge too harshly. For now, I'll trust in their vision. There's nothing wrong with trusting in someone's vision, but I think you can always judge. I think you can always judge based on the paper state. Okay, I think you can always judge on the paper state, and here's what I mean by the paper state. And I am a shitty artist. I am a horrible artist, but I'm gonna show you a garage, right? I'm gonna make a garage right now, and you don't need to wait for me to be building this garage, right? This is a nice looking garage, right? It's a nice looking garage, and I'm gonna put a nice triangle shaped window in the gable of this roof, right? And I'm gonna put it right there. Do you need to wait until I'm building the house to look at that and be like, dude, that window doesn't go there. That window would look way better if it was like there. Like you don't need to know. You don't need to wait till they execute it to be like, you didn't make that window symmetrical. That looks sick. I know. It's going to be up on the Intrepid Studios cash shop by the end of the day. It's going to be a greenhouse for your freehold. Just never forget, I am the best artist Intrepid has ever had. Never forget, there was a time Intrepid couldn't keep up with all their concept art. And, oh, do I not have it? Oh yeah, there was a time Intrepid couldn't keep up with all their concept art, so I helped them out. And look at that. There's your summer freehold appearance tier 1. I took care of that for him. I took care of that for him. Freehold skin. There you go. Steampunk 3 order. You know what? I know I'm biased because it's my show. But I you know, it would be an amazing, if I get back into the content creator program, you know what would be an amazing thing to sit down with Steven to do? Would be a Jahlon flavored monthly cosmetic set. Not Jahlon flavored, Jahlon inspired monthly cosmetic set. Only because that would be like, holy shit, look at, like, imagine the reciprocated push that would be. I will say that worked incredibly well with the Matani in Arcage. Arcage did a Matani event, and they got a lot of EVE players to come over and at least try Arcage. Now, the problem is, when you do a marketing event, remember, a marketing event, oh man, I'm losing so much weight. Hold on. I crank that belt over a little more. A marketing event is like the pledge, the turn, the prestige. A marketing event, when you reveal the trick, you have to have something sellable. And that's the problem Arcage had. it's amazing with ArcAge that they do so much marketing and they don't realize that you can shine a pile of shit all day, but at the end of the day, all you have is a shiny pile of shit. It was like the guys in the military who could not figure out how to polish boots. You'd have those guys that, like, I'd go out, it would be boot polishing time. And we'd go outside, and I'd go outside and take my lighter, heat my polish, you know, do my boots real quick, and like 5 minutes for both my boots. And my TI would be like, those are some shit hot boots right there, son. He's like, go take care of whatever else needs taken care of. You'd have other guys out there for a fucking hour trying to polish boots. And the TI would be like, fuck, son, those boots look like you polished your boots with a chocolate bar. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, there are just, you know, appearance. You can spend all the time in the world on something and the appearance still looks horrible. That was ArcAge. Hey, we're gonna do all these events. Game still runs like shit. We're gonna do all these events. Game is still a pay-to-win cash grab. Why are you doing marketing? Well, they're doing marketing because they want people to buy ArcAge Unchained and then never play. Remember, we talked about buy to play isn't good for the consumer. Buy to play is bad for the consumer and it's bad for the developer. And a lot of developers are figuring out that buy to play is not the route to go. Buy to play is not the route to go because you don't have a reliable income source then. Buy to play works really well if you're going to do a pay to win cash out. I still get so upset about ArcAge Unchained. I do too. But at the same time, I'm willing to give it one more go with ArcAge 2. Depending on what's going on with my content creator career, depending on what games are out. I really would hope that Ashes of Creation would be out and launched so I could get on with my life, right? So, but with that said, we're going to be testing Siege mode again today, so we're going to be able to get a little bit more feedback. So we'll be able to take a look around with that. Question about the dungeons. So in the dungeons, I can meet others inside, so I can interact more, and that's good. But that's only looking at the bright side. But let's say you're doing a dungeon to get good loot, or just get loot to sell for money for yourself, but midway the dungeon, someone who is strong come in, and they kill so he can get all the loot, and you won't be able to come back there because they'll just keep killing you, and you lose the dungeon, which makes you kind of frustrated. Yeah, that's that is the point. A lot of people are missing the point that open world dungeon games are content in and of themselves. So never was a fan of the battle pass like stuff. I think Call of Duty beat me to death with it. Wish I could go back to Black Ops 1. I mean, you got to remember the battle pass is there because the developer games you install on your PC are games. Games you play on a server are services. The developer needs to continue making money to pay for that service. That's where I think gamers are dumb. Right? I think gamers are dumb because they don't understand that the server's not free, okay? The developers want to get paid monthly. I mean, there is something to be said for just the mentality of some people, and they're like, well, the developers already made enough money. What do you mean the developers already made enough money? The developer, right? The developer needs to get paid every month. The developer doesn't get paid the developer doesn't get paid once and be like, oh, I got paid once for this game, I'm gonna keep working for free. But you're right, game equals service. Yeah, an online game is a service because, you know, there are costs associated. If it's a game you install, the developer can continue. The developer can continue working if they've made enough money. For example, 7 Days to Die has made over $50 million over the years. 7 Days to Die still isn't in a launch candidate build, which I don't understand how after this many years you're not at a launch candidate. But you know, that's the way that works. They don't want to go into a launch candidate build because then they're accountable to a certain level of quality. Hello there. It's always nice to see people. I think Fortnite is the only good battle pass. It gives good items for the price. All you need to reach is level 100 to get all the good benefits. Yeah, but let's look at what you just said. The Fortnite battle pass isn't there strictly to make money for Epic Games. The Fortnite Battle Pass is there to also make sure there are Fortnite players playing matches. Battle passes are amazing. Battle passes are an amazing thing. Battle passes are an amazing thing because they generate an audience. They generate an audience. They generate a player base. For example, me, Zara, A Rising Sun, Mayhem, a couple of other people, we played through APOC to level 50 both times. We played through because there was a reward for because there was a reward for embers as you played through. In fact, if I remember, Reckless, I don't remember you playing all the way to the end. You may have. I just don't remember you play. And I said a few others. I don't remember all the others. Yeah, no one remembers you. Reckless, no one remembers you because you don't really play well because you're usually too fucking high to strafe. Reckless is like, I can't strafe. Hold on. No, I'm not putting this down. No. Fuck, Jay just killed me. Nope, not putting it down. Like, Reckless, man, it's puff, puff, give, not puff, puff, puff again. Puff, puff, pass. Not puff, puff, keep puffing. Come on, Reckless. I'm gonna come to Cali. I need a car. I'm buying it. I'm going to Reckless's dealership. That's what I'm doing. I'm just gonna show up. You know, because Reckless is gonna... I'm gonna be like, hey, I'm looking for Reckless. They're gonna be like... Who the fuck? I'm gonna just tell the fucking owner Jahlon is here. Oh. But I did the battle pass twice in a MOBA, not a MOBA, in a battle royale game, and I hate BRs. I hate BRs. And I have some wins. In the end, I was winning about a third of my matches. Generally, the way my wins were going is my wins were going something like this. I would let a Rising Sun and Mayhem fight each other. And then I would snipe one of them. I would snipe the winner with a longbow, but I wouldn't hit him with the bow. I'd hit him with the miasma because they would do a good job of taking the other one to almost dead. And I'd wait, or a couple of times I would drop like a meteor on two people and get wins. I was not really good at like winning one-on-one, although I do have the best amazing clip ever. And we're gonna show that clip right now, and somebody can tell Spooge that I shared the clip. But this is why you never forget to leave your weapons on load. So it'll play again. But this is Spooge switching over to his crossbow. I have 1 hit point there. This is a 1 hit point. This is a 1 hit point win. This is a 1 hit point win. Spooge didn't have his crossbow loaded, so he died. Sorry, Spooge. This stream hates BRs. No, the stream doesn't hate BRs. I mean, I respect people who like first-person shooters. I'm not very good at them. Unfortunately, the only first-person shooter that I like, Gamigo got the rights to, and I won't play in a Gamigo game. I won't play a Gamigo game because of how they treat their customers, but they got Iron Sight, and Iron Sight was an amazing game. The building kills me the moment I see someone build a tower. I already know my winning rate goes down to 30% because I can't build to save my life. Yeah, that's why I don't like Fortnite. I am proficient at building good bases. I am not proficient at building fast bases. I completely respect that. If you guys are ever looking for a good first-person shooter, I don't know how popular it is anymore, but Iron Sight is a really cool first-person shooter. I hate to promote it because Gamigo publishes it, but the developers of it didn't. Gamigo's not the developer. The developer, it's an amazing game. That like the more like you get the points per time, per kill, per assist. You have access to drones. Those are really cool. I really like those. It's also sad, man. I haven't had. Oh, hi, buddy. You chomping? You chowing down? Good job. Eat the kibble. I haven't really had a chance to play anything lately. Dirty Bomb I played for a long time. Apex is fun. Apex, I am not gonna bullshit. I am not gonna lie. Apex is too fast for me. Apex is the combat is just too fast for me. I don't have a chance. Zero chance. So I'm like, you know what? I'm the old guy. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to my games that are more my speed. MMOs are more my speed. And then I play Heroes of the Storm for a MOBA. And then you notice on my YouTube channel, I play an awful lot of games where you're the devil. Hell's Architect, Rogue Lords. I play a lot of games where I'm the devil. I like those. I like those games. They make me smile. Rogue Lords is amazing. I can't wait for that game to launch. Let's see. Let's see if we can find any more Ash's stuff. I want to say this. How are we doing today? We're doing good today. We're doing good today. Today, hopefully, I did like Lost Ark, but I trust BCG in that he told me Lost Ark is a really just Korean grinder at the end. So I trust BCG. I got him to make a video in German, and that video releases in a couple of hours. And what I really need from everybody, is you notice I've never asked you for a favor. I've said I've never asked you for a favor where I say, hey, can you guys help promote or push my video? I say to you guys like, hey, if you want to support the Paradox Gaming Network, when I put out a new video, make sure to go to it, make sure to like it, make sure to leave a comment, because that helps with the algorithm. But I've never been like, share this video with everybody you know. I need all y'all's help. In about an hour and 3 minutes, BCG is going to be putting out a video in German. And we're going to make this his most successful video ever. Just because I'm a trolly little bitch. Doesn't matter if you speak German. Doesn't matter if you speak German. All I need you to do is go to the video, give it a thumbs up, and put some comment like, I have no idea what you said, but Jay has to be a genius for having you make this. Just put comments, just put comments on it so it gets a push. and put comments on, just keep putting comments about Jahlon in his video. Like, Jahlon is amazing for making you do this. Jahlon is a producer. Jahlon's got the vision. Jahlon is helping you launch your channel just to fuck with it. We want to get this video like 5,000, 10,000 views. Just so I could be like, every time he talks in the future about his YouTube channel, I could be like, well, you know, if he just did videos in German, they would do better. I'm such a horrible fucking human being. I'll get the video to you guys as soon as it goes live. It's not live yet. It's going live in an hour. Hi. You want to be seen? Can I show you off? Can I show you off? Look at this guy. Look at this Bubba. Oh, he's gonna hide. I know. He is so smart. He knows that's a camera. How do you know? How do you know it's a camera? I want to say I was very proud of the state of Rhode Island. The state of Rhode Island has required financial literacy. I was sent by the man, the myth, and the lettuce. There you go. The state of Rhode Island now requires graduating seniors from high school to pass a class on financial literacy. I was reading this story and it was great, right? I actually saw somebody post underneath that said, this is stupid. Schools only exist to teach you how to research stuff and to figure out stuff for yourself. And I wanted to say to that person, you're a fucking idiot. That's what college does. That's what university does. High school is supposed to prepare you for the world. So there's a link here back to Ashes. I saw that Rhode Island is teaching people financial literacy. And then I go over to the Reddit. Is the $500 for all testing phases plus 11 months of gameplay or 11 months of testing? How? I understand that people need to ask this question, and it's a good question to ask because of what Dual Universe did. Dual Universe requires a subscription during their beta testing. That's just fucking jank bullshit. Is the $500 for all testing phases plus 11 months of gameplay or for 11 months of testing? Yeah. Y'all need to read before you buy the package. Thank you. That loops me right back to financial literacy. What are you buying? Let the buyer beware. Okay, let the buyer beware. But it's like I tell people all the time, and you're guilty of it, and I'm guilty of it occasionally when I'm in a hurry. How many of you read your end user license agreements? How many of you read your terms of service? I will be honest, I've installed Windows and I successfully appreciate the tier 1 sub. I installed Windows successfully on my daughter's computer, her new solid state drive yesterday. Now, I am gonna say it's a little creepy as fuck because I can't figure out how the Windows key got validated. I asked my tech support guy, he's like, oh, it's due to the email that you used. I said, yeah, but as I thought about that, the email I used to register her Windows doesn't have a Windows key attached to it. Because I set that one up on her email address because I've got like 19 set up on mine. But I didn't read any of the end user license agreement yesterday because it's Windows. It's like, yeah, I need Windows. So let's go. You said Steven responded in here? Oh yeah, let me drag this one over here because this is really good. Let me. Oh no, I touched, I broke. Yep. And drag and flick and swish. Oh, I did it off of, there we go. The subscription time does not get used during the testing, only when the game is officially launched. And while we appreciate the support for the project, just make sure you're aware that you will be testing, not playing a game. So only proceed if that is something you want to do. Yes, 100% accurate. And let me... Oh, okay, cool. Let me say this. Steven has made it so easy. Steven has made it so easy to promote his game. And what I mean by that is, Steven turns around, and I have the clip, and I haven't clipped it up yet, so that I have it. But I'm gonna clip it up. I'm doing some new things with my Stream Deck. Wait, what the hell did I just do? What did I just break? Oh, I didn't break anything. Steven has said, if you're not 100% sold on Ashes of Creation, don't spend any money. They don't need the money to get the project through to completion. Because he says that, it makes it so easy to just say to people, hey, if you haven't signed up for Ashes of Creation yet, sign up with my referral link. Don't buy anything, but if you do decide to buy anything, it's going to give me a financial kickback. It's also going to help show them I'm still reaching new people, help me get back into the content creator program, and when I do get that money, it's all going to go to the smooth jazz, which I've put up on PGN Music for other content creators to use. The fact that Steven says don't support us unless you want to test. We were used as some serious fucking lab monkeys last week. I mean, we were some lab monkeys last week. We were test subjects last week. Now, I know some people say we should be getting paid for this. In a standalone game, yes, I 100% agree with you. We should be getting paid. In an MMORPG, if you want an MMORPG to be good, they need bodies. They need bulk bodies to do the testing. Because remember, they couldn't afford to pay 15,000 QA testers. Let's see. I want to talk about this one as well, because this person has an interesting point. Man, I gotta make a tab just for Reddit. Ashes of Creation salt. I do not think there is salt regarding Ashes of Creation. It is a genuine concern regarding how successful the game will be. Back in 2004, there were like 7 games out there per year across platforms, and the average gamer played 2 to 3 per year. Hardcore MMOs like EVE Online and Lineage were able to thrive during that period because there were not any games being released. Okay. Yes, Braver of Worlds comes with Lifetime. Now there are 10,263 games released per year across all platforms, with the average gamer plays with the average person playing 12 games per year. Okay. You're a fucking moron. Okay, you're a fucking moron, because I understand the direction you're trying to go with your discussion. However, making up numbers makes you look stupid, because there aren't 10,263 games being released per year across all platforms. With the average gamer plays with the average person playing. See what I'm saying? Playing 12 games per year. I don't play 12 games per year. Ultima Online was the industry standard at one time because there was not much investment in gaming. At the time, there was independent developers and small numbers of games releasing. Flash forward to 2004, World of Warcraft became the standard in MMORPG by focusing on a free style of play to attract gamers that played 4 to 6 games per year rather than just one. No, that's not what happened at all. That is not how World of Warcraft became the industry standard. World of Warcraft became the industry standard because it looked at games like Final Fantasy XI, Dark Age of Camelot, Ultima Online, Lineage 2, and it looked at all those games, or Lineage 1 it would have looked at. It looked at all those games and it says, what is this thing called an MMORPG? And why don't more people play them? Okay? Why don't more people play them? Okay? And the reason why is they weren't user-friendly. It took all the good stuff and put it on their game. World of Warcraft is not a better game than Final Fantasy XI. Not in the slightest. World of Warcraft is a far easier game to play than Final Fantasy XI. If you played Final Fantasy XI and you played World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XI's story beats the dog shit out of World of Warcraft's. It had smooth animations. It could run on low quality rigs. It was user friendly. It had a visual HUD. It had a visual user interface. It had a good player acquisition experience. It had a good player retention experience. You didn't need a group to play it. There was a lot of single content. There's almost no single content in Final Fantasy XI. WoW did a lot of things well, right? It had a Western story. Yeah. WoW did a lot of things well. Your entire account is just months of complaining about ashes on multiple subreddits. If you really think the game is going to fail this hard, you can just ignore and not post about it every day. These are just your posts. You're not including the number of comments you've made. You must have something better to do. I mean, yeah, if you have nothing better to do, remember I said if people shit on games for no reason, if this person actually wants to make this argument, I want this person to go and actually make this argument, go and research this argument, go and know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm not saying you're not allowed to have, an opinion, but, please go and do a little research. Please, I beg you. Please. The button are you? Segment scene. Oh, we should do that back to segment. For my dumb. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. What's up, Loki? I never passed level 25 in a WoW game. I try many times to like it. I just don't know why I got bored. Yeah, I mean, WoW isn't for everybody. That's the other thing I try to remind people of. WoW isn't for everybody. I don't think any game is for anybody. Like, who burns through an MMO a month? I don't. His take on UO was way off too. I know. Ultima Online wasn't successful because there was not much investment in gaming. Ultima Online was successful because it was a very good game. It was a very well done game. I mean, Ultima Online for its time was very good. I think nostalgia plays a lot for players. I would 150% agree with you. I would 150% agree with you that nostalgia plays a huge part in gamers, in WoW especially. Let's see. Community thoughts on beta release being treated like a full release. The modern gaming community, for better or worse, essentially treats beta releases as the full game releases. Well, yeah. I'm curious as to how well developed Ashes will be when Intrepid decides to move to the beta stage. I feel as if it needs to be at near complete state with all its main systems fleshed out and working well for the betas, because if it's buggy, laggy, or has critical systems with incomplete features, I feel like it's going to get a very bad reputation that might be difficult to recover from. Intrepid can put a giant beta version, not representative of the final release watermark, across every player's screen, but it's not going to change the fact 90% of players will see the game and judge it as a complete game because people already do that during live streams of alpha gameplay. Okay, this makes my head hurt. Ready? Because beta is feature complete. Beta is feature complete. I always do this when we talk about alpha and beta because most people can't take the time to educate themselves. And this was one of my textbooks for Game Design and Development 101, Introduction to Game Design and Development 101. Alpha. You have your game completely put together, but assets, gameplay, and levels are still being tweaked and tuned. Beta. Your game is finished and now subject to testing to find bugs, fine-tune gameplay, and deal with any last-minute revisions. For example, ArcAge players, you will remember there was not one but two places in ArcAge where you had to click on an item that had a cooldown. You can't have 10,000 players standing around one candle. That should have been something they listened to us during beta and said, fix this shit. The candle needs to either have a 1 second cooldown or need to move forward and not have this at all. Beta is a complete representation of the game because beta is your final product minus bugs, fine-tuning, and last-minute revisions. I am reminded of Final Fantasy XIV, which had a disaster of a launch and then became an amazing MMO. The problem is Final Fantasy XIV had the foundation of the Final Fantasy franchise name, which probably kept it afloat where other MMOs would have gone under. WildStar comes to mind. I would imagine if the funding is there and the game is at least decently playable, there will be a dedicated niche community, but I definitely have concerns about public perception that will affect this game as it goes into beta. For those saying public perception doesn't matter, for most games I would agree, but MMOs live and die by large, active communities, especially for MMOs with such a strong social focus. Just wanted to get people's thoughts, because if AOC beta isn't really a strong representation of the complete stable product, I think it will have some strong warranted or unwarranted lashback. Why are you mega balding? That's funny. Why are you fucking banned like a little bitch? Thanks for having an opinion that nobody else will ever get to hear on my show. And I don't know why you're laying with your dog, man. You're a dog layer? That's pretty sick, man. That's pretty sick. You lay with dogs? Ugh. Gross. Ugh. I can't even think of that. Oh man, I can't even think of that. It's gross, man. You dirty pervert. Please get some psychiatric treatment. But this person yeah, that's illegal in several states. No kidding, man. This person has some really good points. It's also funny that with the person who came in here and is a dog layer, the poster, the OP of this Reddit thread is even Jesus can't save you. That's just even better, right? That's just even funnier. And it's also like, can I hold up? I gotta jump out here for a second because I gotta educate some stupid ass fucking people. Ready? I gotta educate some stupid ass people. Right here. This isn't balding. These are called widow's peaks. I've had these since I was born. Please get fucking educated about hairlines. God damn. Like you can't even have a conversation with people anymore because they're fucking dumb. They're called widow's peaks. They are actually a genetic condition. Lots of people have them. Fuck's sake. I'm fucking 41 years old. I'm 41 years old. I got a little gray on the side. I look better than the guy that lays with dogs. He probably lays with dogs. Can't get a woman. You have widow's peaks. Loki feels my pain, right? You're 19 with widow's peaks. You have them from birth. Also, I gotta figure out why did that did what it was supposed to do. Yeah, that did. Oh, okay, because I hit the wrong one. I got way more gray than you, and I'm 34. Most of my build is silver. First-time caller. You know what I appreciate? I appreciate a first-time caller who jumps in right with the fun, right with the conversation. You know who I feel really bad for? All of my brothers. All of my brothers started going gray at 18. I got to like 37 until I started going gray. But unfortunately, I would need about 8 years to grow a beard. So, I'm 41. What in the fuck are you hacking in real life? 41? Yeah, I'm 41. I'm 41 years old. Bunch of infants. Grumpy old man. Don't get all excited again. We don't want you to rip your colonoscopy bag. We don't want you to rip your pee bag again. But I understand people making this statement, right? I understand people making the statement. Because the gaming community doesn't understand that there is marketing events, okay? And there are testing events. Ready? I could use the word alpha here. Okay? I can use the word alpha here. Also, you can tell that I'm a deranged sociopath because I make my capital A's 2 different ways. But that's neither here nor there. Marketing events that are alphas are usually localization. They're usually cash shop models, right? They're usually not making any changes. If a game is released anywhere else in the world, Elyon, Lost Ark, those games aren't doing testing alphas, they're doing localization cash shop marketing event alphas. Don't expect Lost Ark, don't expect Elyon to make big changes to the gameplay. Elyon has said they are making big changes to the cash shop. And if they do, amazing. August is going to be a good month. We're going to be closed beta test 2 for Elyon. Hopefully I have some keys. They are garbage, that's what they are. Not necessarily, but I definitely share your opinion. I definitely share your opinion that if I have to do a blind bet on an import game being good or not, I would definitely put my money blind on garbage. I agree with you there. I think Elyon's gonna be okay. I think Elyon's gonna be playable, enjoyable. I think it's fun. I think New World is gonna be fun. August, September, October, November, December. I think New World is gonna be okay for 5 months, and then they're gonna introduce cash shop stuff, boosts and level boosters, and then I think New World's gonna die. Do you not get lonely doing your streams alone? I mean, I know you talk to Chad, but did you not ever think of having someone on with you? No, I don't get lonely doing my chat. I don't get lonely doing my chat at all. I think Sword of Legend flaps just because of the name and the aesthetics. Yes. I agree with you. I think Sword of Legend flaps. I'm gonna imagine you meant flops, but we can call flaps too. Sword of Legends Online flops because of the name. Solo, I don't like the name. Yeah, he meant flops. I knew he meant flops. Flaps. It's gonna be like one of Steven's ducks. It's gonna flap. It's gonna run around on the ground and it's gonna flap. It's gonna try to take off and it won't be able to. Flaps means it takes off and flies. It's gonna flap really hard, but it's never gonna go anywhere. No, I don't think Solo goes anywhere. That's a Space Sticks moment. Yeah, anybody that doesn't know all of the memes is funny. So somebody made a Reddit post hoping I can play on my own. Let's take a look at this one. Hoping I can play on my own. Hey there, kind of just looking for a place to vent. I really don't have any other friends who are into MMOs or even have a PC to play them. Most are sweaty first-person shooter players, and others wouldn't take their gameplay in AOC as seriously as I hope to. I'm also not a huge fan of being in a massive guild where I feel like I'm just a peon. Blind psychological assessment, you need therapy. A lot of times in my experience playing MMOs, if you don't have a nice guild to play with, your experience is limited. I'm hoping that's not the case for me in Ashes of Creation. I want to have a small, personable guild with 10 to 15 people. I'd love to establish some sort of small node at some point, which isn't how the game works. But even if I don't, I still want our guild to play a big part in the server progression. Okay. Or maybe we're outlaws who seek to destroy others and hinder their personal progression in the world. Do you all think this is possible? Is there content available for a playstyle like this? Obviously, major guilds will have the biggest impact on server progression. That's a falsity. That's a falsity. But I'm hoping you started a sentence with a conjunction. But I'm hoping that I am able to play the game how I want to play it, and that I'm not forced into some kind of meta. With 64 classes, I'm thinking it should be possible to play my own way. Okay, so first of all, you went from playstyle to meta. P.S. I'm secretly hoping to min-max a non-meta class and shit on a meta class. Okay. You need psychiatric, or at least psychological help, because you have some self-esteem issues. Because being in a massive guild where I feel like I'm just a peon. I know a lot of people who are E1s in the military. Well, I knew a lot. I don't know any E1s in the moment. An E1 in the military is effectively a peon. An E1 in the military is outranked by 99.9% of the military. Okay? Because if you're one of the poor, unfortunate flaps, if you're one of the poor, if you are one of the poor people who comes in as an E1, it means that your recruiter fucked you over, the world fucked you over, because all you have to do is sign for a 6-year contract. Well, in the past, I don't know if it's still the same. I don't know if you have a 6-year contract, you get E3. If you come in as an E1, somebody fucked you over, okay? But they don't feel like peons. Some of the happiest people I've ever seen are E1s. They're peons, but they're the happiest people, so I don't think these are related. And I think most of them are sweaty first-person shooter players. I don't know why we shit on those people. If they're having fun playing their game, let them have fun playing their game. I think this person needs to understand how Ashes works, but where they say the large guilds will have the biggest impact on a server, they wanted the biggest impact. They will have... Big guilds have the largest impact. Major guilds have the largest impact, not the biggest impact. I'll give you the difference. The largest impact is when you're a group of 10 people and you manage to hit the most lucrative tax wagon on the way to the castle. You're a small group, if like you're the smallest group that hits the most lucrative tax wagon. I've seen in EVE Online 20-man roaming gangs completely fuck a huge core or huge alliance versus huge alliance thing because they managed to tackle a Sino ship that's moving into position. You don't have to be the biggest group to make the biggest impact. The largest group makes the most impacts just because they're the big group, they're doing a lot of things. But the deepest cut doesn't have to be made by the biggest weapon. It could be made by the small scalpel. You need psych help if you have self-esteem issues. Yes, at some sort. You need a therapist, you need a counselor. Billy Bob Thornton said it best. Self-help is bullshit. Self-help is bullshit. And I share this opinion. I know he said it in a movie, but it was a movie line, but I 100% agree with this. Self-help is bullshit because you can't help yourself if yourself sucks. He said you can't help yourself if yourself sucks. I just changed it a little bit. You can't help yourself if yourself is the problem. If you have self-esteem issues, you can't self-help yourself out of self-esteem issues. And someone's going to say, well, I read a book. Well, then you didn't self-help yourself out of it. You read a book. You read somebody else's advice. I listen to motivational speakers. Great. You didn't self-help yourself out of that. You listened to other people. If you have self-esteem issues, the fastest way to get over your self-esteem issues is to get a therapist. Self-help books are a contradiction. Self-help books are a contradiction. So is walking into the bookstore and asking them. Walking into the bookstore and asking them where the self-help section is completely fucking useless. You know, you're at the bookstore to get self-help books and you're gonna ask for help. I mean, fuck, man. You might be at square -1. I can't imagine having low self-esteem. It must be super hard. Some people want to be good at everything. As you can see, I embrace the suck. I embrace my horrible paint skills. I just tell you, look, I'm going to do this as a visual. I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to show you this visual. I can play that in alpha. Yeah, for step 1, go sign up there. Step 2, buy alpha 1 for $500. Step 3, test in about 2 hours, 2.5. I want to grab this one as well. You missed the last 2 streams. Happy to make this one. Happy to have you. I'm thinking of supporting for the $375 option. Now, the payment method through Stripe does not add the VAT. So will this just get automatically added, or can I support the game without having to be stung for VAT? If so, I'll be purchasing ASAP. Otherwise, I'll have to wait a little bit first. Thanks for the EU friendly time. Yep, Wednesday's show is usually the EU friendly time. Friday's show will eventually go back to normal, but I might be doing some changing to my show times a little bit to try to be more useful for, or more available for EU as well. But I do want to remind the EU people, embrace the suck. I embrace the suck. It's actually just embrace the suck. It's an Air Force motto. We've been using it for years, but yeah, man, I got to go to work today. It's 100 degrees and I'm a garbage man. Embrace the suck. You get a paycheck. I understand that. Hey, first time chatter. Thanks for calling in. I understand that the UK, yeah, Z, not everyone's a pervert who embraces the suck on the street corner for $5. I don't know what to tell you. I get that the UK, I get that the European people get mad about this. I totally understand. But you have to realize, right? In the USA, and it's a federal holiday in the USA today because the president decided to make a new fucking holiday. And then EU, right? So in the EU, we're gonna do this. When we see this as a price tag, when we see this in a price tag in America, we automatically know that we're going to have either no sales tax on it or we're going to have a sales tax on it. So for me, when I see something, I automatically assume that I'm going to have to pay 8% sales tax on it. And then I know that I'm going to be paying about $405 on this. Yeah, Juneteenth is tomorrow, but it's celebrated today because federal holidays are always observed one day backwards or one day forwards, depending on how they fall. So when in America, when we see something for $375, we know that tax is going to get added onto it at the point of sale. So we know we're going to pay about $405 for that. Now, your taxes are different in different places. You also know if it's a luxury item, if it's a car, it's a boat, it's a jet ski, you're going to have that. Now, in Europe, this is what European people in the Ashes community think is going to happen. They think when the European office opens, you're going to see that for $375 equivalent. Let's do you guys are expecting that you're going to see this at 316.25, right? And that's not what's going to happen. That's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen is that you're going to see that price listed for you at $379.50 euro. You're going to see your price listed as that, right? Because it's not like Intrepid. It's not like Intrepid is going. All prices have to be VAT included by law. That's not true. All prices sold to Europeans by organizations that have a European office. No, again, see, honestly, yeah, okay, good. You realize a lot of Europeans keep coming back to this Intrepid's breaking the law because they're adding on the VAT. No, they're not. Exola is not required to include the VAT price for you because your transaction is taking place in California. You are buying an online digital good from a company that does not have a European presence, so you're buying a product in America from an American organization. That's why the servers aren't in Europe yet. That's why the European office isn't open yet. If you want to know why Intrepid can't get shit going with the European offices, it's because Europe makes shit so complicated for American companies. Okay? But again, I want to remind people, when you see, right? When you see your price show up, don't be surprised if they show you the price at 379.5 euros, because all the other money is the money that goes to your country for the taxes. Okay? I actually heard European players say Intrepid is making more money on us because they're charging us VAT and they're keeping it. No, Intrepid's not keeping the VAT. Intrepid has to Exola, I'm sorry, because Exola does it. Exola has to gather up all that VAT. Exola has to gather up all that VAT, and they have to pay the VAT to Europe. They just aren't required to follow European law with the price presentation, right? So they're not required to do that. They cannot advertise the 316 price. They will have to advertise with the VAT included. I know, that's what I just said. I said, do not be surprised when it shows up like that. And then you're going to be, if you're buying a product outside of the EU, you don't pay VAT. Incorrect. You do pay VAT. You do pay VAT. The European countries require the VAT to be collected. They require it. Believe me, this is why I'm in accounting. I'm very happy for you that you're in accounting. I'm very happy for you. If you sell a product to a person with a European billing address, you are required to collect the VAT. I'm sorry if you're going to try to argue with me, you're going to be fucking wrong. I don't care that you're in accounting. If people are going to tell me I'm in accounting, and if you purchase a digital good with a European billing address, you don't have to pay the VAT, I'm going to tell you you're wrong, and you probably need to go back to accounting school. I don't give a shit. I'm just going to flat out shut you down. You're wrong. The problem is that in America, they can't include the VAT because of how we do our billing. We do our billing. This is the sales price. I collect the tax on that. In Europe, they say you must show the consumer the end price. You must show them the point of sale, walk out the door price. I personally like the EU method, but I hate the EU rate. Because remember, you guys are paying what? Between 18 and 28%? Okay? You guys pay between 18 and 28% value-added tax. So I don't know. Is 28 too high? 27? We have 27. I thought it was 28. I thought the last time we did this, it was 18 to 28. The standard is, I understand the standard is 20. I understand the standard is 20, but we've got, last time I checked, we had 18 to 28. In fact, let's just look it up. Value added taxes by country. Let me do 28. No, 28. Do I got 27? Yeah, I have a 27. Hungary is 27. We don't have a 28 anymore. So 18 to 27%. I think, I know, I'm not interested in the fucking tech. New Zealand, I don't want New Zealand because New Zealand's not in Europe last time I checked. Let me make sure we still have an 18. Portugal is 18. Yeah. Belgium is 12 and 21. That's cool. But anyway, so the European players think that when they open up the office in Europe, that they're only going to be paying 316 euro. That's not how that's going to work because they have to roll the taxes into it. Now, I understand some people are going to say companies like Activision normalize the pricing. So if it's $14.99 in the US, it's $14.99 euro. That's because they're taking that out of hide. 25% sales tax sounds good in the US. Fuck that. Fuck that. No. Yeah, you pay VAT and potentially import taxes as well. That's the other problem. That's why I can't ship those headsets to Europe. And I understand it sucks for my European players that helped me win those headsets, but that's why I can't ship them to Europe because $75 for the headset, 30 some odd dollars in shipping, and then I have to pay the import fee. I have to pay the customs fee. I could ship them to Canada because Canada changed their customs to $125, but I'd still have to pay the shipping, and shipping anything to Canada is expensive as fuck. Where the hell did he go? Guess he walked out. Oh, my daughter got home. What are they importing if it's digital? No, brown rice, it's not digital. It's I'm talking about the physical headsets. I'd have to pay the import price. I'd have to pay the VAT, even though I didn't sell it to them. I'd have to look at the VAT, and I'd have to look at the customs charge. Even if I didn't have to pay the VAT on the item because they didn't buy it, like you'd be winning the headset from me. You wouldn't be buying the headset from me. I wouldn't necessarily have to pay the VAT on it, but I'd still have to pay the customs on it. Customs was always something that irritated the shit out of me with my family as well. Going over to Ireland and wanting to take my family, like, you know, American jeans and American t-shirts. I had to take all the tags off of them, and they had to be packed in my luggage as my personal clothes. Which technically isn't legal, but you know, you got to be careful about that shit. My brother used to fuck with that. My brother would mail back his personal clothes, the ones that he'd worn, so he could fill his luggage up with new shit and sell them. Because they were always looking for American clothes. That was always a weird thing to me. I haven't killed any dinosaurs today. Kill some dinos. So, yeah, I do feel bad for the European community because you got to pay tax, but at the same time, remember, VAT has nothing to do with Intrepid. VAT has nothing to do with Intrepid. If you show the airplane tickets, a lot of shops have the tax-free option. For example, if you come, the duty-free shop, lots of you folks spend a ton of clothes when they come to the US. Designer stuff is much cheaper. Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. I did not get the keyboards yet. I'm waiting on those. The keyboards should come at the end of this month. They're usually 1 month behind. So, yeah, things are really cheap in the US. I mean, it's just because you got to remember, we live in a throwaway society now, which sucks for... You remember, I don't know if any of you guys remember this. You guys remember, like, if you got a rip in your jeans? If you got a rip in your jeans, your parents would put a patch on them. Does anybody remember that? We used to patch clothes. Can Intrepid add the VAT price to the price shown on the website, or is that illegal? Okay, so they can't show the VAT price because in America, this is the sales price, right? And this is the sales price with tax. So you have to be very careful with how you keep your records. And this is why companies hate, why European companies hate dealing with America, why European companies hate dealing with American customers and American companies hate dealing with European customers. You basically have to have two accounting departments, or at least one accounting department, two accounting teams, because of how you gather the data to report to Uncle Sam versus how you report it to the EU. See, when you report to Uncle Sam, I'm not going to show you my accounting spreadsheet, but I have an accounting spreadsheet that shows all of my income, right? Shows all of my income. And then I know what I owe off of each of those lines to the state of Illinois and the federal government. The problem is if I was showing the sales price with VAT, I know that I have to cut a portion of that over to the EU, and then Uncle Sam, later Z, see you during testing. Then Uncle Sam would be like, well, you sold that item for $450. And then I'd be like, you're right, I sold it for $450, but $75 of that was European tax. And then the American government's gonna say, that's awesome. So you sold it for $450, 75 of that was for European tax. So you're at $375, you still owe us the taxes on the $375. You see what I'm saying? You gotta make sure that you keep all your ducks in a row, otherwise you're gonna end up fucking yourself on the taxes. Because if you show that as a $450 sale, you're gonna owe 30% tax on $450. You need to show that as a $375 sale, so you only owe the 30% tax on the $375 because you've kicked the $75 over to Europe. It's a fucking nightmare. That's why a lot of times you have two different payment processors. That way you render unto Europe that which is Europe's, you render unto Uncle Sam that which is Uncle Sam's. And the big part of this is, in America right now, everybody buys shit online because a lot of these online distributors weren't collecting the taxes properly, and a lot of the states were like, wait a minute, hold up, we're losing out on millions, hundreds of millions of dollars a year in tax revenue because Amazon didn't have a physical location in the state of Illinois until 2019. So 2017, 2018, I'd buy shit from Amazon, I didn't pay sales tax. I didn't buy sales tax. That's why I did not buy more than Alpha 2. Too many tax without an EU shop. But I just told you, when the EU shop opens, you're still gonna be paying that tax. Okay, that was the whole point of the discussion. You're not gonna pay the 375 and pay 316 euro. You're gonna pay 375, but your VAT is gonna get included, and you're gonna pay 379.50 euro. The taxes get rolled into the price. The taxes don't come out of the price. Europeans are thinking that they're going to pay 316 euro. That's not going to happen, because then, right? If you paid 316.5 or 316.25 euro, Intrepid would only get 253 of this, right? Intrepid would only get 253 of this because the rest would be taxes. That's not how that works. Intrepid's going to take the price, convert it to euro, factor the VAT, add the VAT in, so you're going to be paying 379 euro. You're going to be paying 450. That's how that's going to work. Now they might drop it a little bit to make that an easier pill to swallow, but to be thinking that you're going to be paying the equivalent of the US price, you're expecting Intrepid to eat the tax for you. That I wouldn't expect that. I wouldn't expect the company to eat the tax. They'll just price accordingly. But I also pay in euro, not in dollar. That was also a big chunk. No, because it converts it equivalently. You didn't, unless something changed, and I have checked this every year for 3 years. I've always done a spot check to make sure that they're not doing that. When it was 375, you should have paid 316 euro plus the currency conversion rate plus the VAT. You shouldn't have been paying 375 euro. They should have converted the dollar to euro for you. And like I said, since they've gone to Xsolla once a year, every year, I get with somebody and we do a quick like QA check to make sure. And Steven knows we do it, and Steven appreciates that we do it, because we have in fact caught Xsolla doing some shady shit, and Steven went back to him and said, knock that shit off. Don't treat my customers that way. What they were doing is, you guys know that the conversion rate fluctuates all day. Xsolla got caught with Intrepid packs using the most advantageous conversion rate of the day for them. Even though you'd see big fluctuations in the euro to dollar ratio, they wouldn't jump on that conversion. They'd be like, oh, well, it was this morning. Well, yeah, it's this morning because that's what's most advantageous to you. Steven wants what's most advantageous to his customers. So that's ultimately why Xsolla fucked their deal. Xsolla fucked their deal because they said they wouldn't change, they wouldn't update, and Steven said, fine, fuck it, we'll get Stripe. We are now at 1 to 120. Yeah, 1 to 119 right now. Exactly, because I just looked at 1 to 119. But here's the problem. And Europeans break the bad indoctrination that you've had. I don't know what is up with European schools or European society telling you your currency is stronger than the dollar. It is not. Your currency is not stronger than the dollar. Because as a consumer, if you're a fucking multimillionaire, your currency is more valuable than the dollar. As a consumer, you don't give a shit about the conversion rate. You give a shit about the buying power. If you ever want to do research into what I'm talking about, look up the Big Mac index and look up the fuel index. People always say, well, the euro is more valuable than the dollar. Sure. How much does it cost you for a gallon of gas? Not a liter of gas, a gallon of gas. Tell me how many euro you're spending for a gallon of gas. And then look at what an American pays for a gallon of gas. The Big Mac, 46 Nation, the Big Mac index is a legitimate economic thing, believe it or not. It is a legitimate economic thing because it tracks the cost of a Big Mac. Like, how much does it cost you to get a Big Mac? And then it shows you the buying power, excluding taxes. No, because Zetrix, you can't exclude the taxes because you can't get a Big Mac without paying taxes. What does it cost you as a consumer to walk out the door with a Big Mac? What does it cost you as a consumer to walk out the door with a gallon of gasoline? What are those two numbers? And that's when you see, sure, it sounds like a cheeseburger. It is a cheeseburger. Sure, walking out the door, but is it a valid comparison? Yeah, it absolutely is, because it shows you the buying power of your currency. What is the buying power of your currency? And now I know some people are going to say, but if we include tax, then you have to do this, and you have to do this, and you have to add this. No, just what does it cost you to walk out the door with a Big Mac? Because some taxes might have more than Norway. Exactly. That's the point. In Norway, your currency value, Your €1 gets you $1.19 American. You need to use fast food to explain economy to Americans. No, you just use the Big Mac index because every country has a McDonald's. So some state might have 28% tax. Yeah, no state in America has a 28% tax. I don't think any sales tax in America. Chicago, Long Beach, California, 10.25%. We only pay 10.25% at the highest in this country. So that's why I always tell people, US $5.51. You converted that into dollars. You need to keep it in euros. And that's not right anyway. Hold on. Let's see. Cost of a Big Mac in London, 2021. Big Mac index. Oh, they can give us 2020? No, I don't want you to have access to that. Expand statistics. United States. Fucking Azerbaijan has a McDonald's. Switzerland is 729. Sweden is 637. Norway is 609. The United States is 566. The fucking cost of a Big Mac is 566. Fuck did that go up? Yeah, why are they saying 566? A Big Mac is... Oh, are they doing the meal? Okay, they're doing the meal. I don't want them to do the meal. I want them to do the Big Mac. $3.99. I'll have to redo these numbers again. But it's 260 here, 260 euro, 360 euro. Yeah, I'll have to redo these numbers. I still can't believe there's a Big Mac index. Yeah, there's a Big Mac index. Let me... History. There you go. Oh, they did it. They can. Okay, I didn't want this one. This particular one converted it to US dollars. There you go. May have to go to McDonald's today. Oh, hold on one second. Sorry about the interruption. It is a pain in the ass to get on and off the base anymore. And so I got my medication switched to Express Scripts. But the problem is you got to get it all set up. Every doctor has to, you know, coordinate. But anyway, back to Ashes of Creation. We kind of went down a rabbit hole on taxes, which is good because we need to talk about these things. People need to be like, wow, I need to do more research into that. See, is there anything else on is there? Yeah, I'm gonna fucking address this. I'm getting so tired. I'm getting so fucking tired of this one. So I can't stop thinking about how the creator got rich. I read a snippet saying he worked at an MLM and then went into real estate, where he made most of his money. Real estate I can understand, but would require huge starting money. No, the fuck it doesn't. Real estate doesn't require huge starting money, okay? I'm tired of people saying it takes huge starting money to get into real estate. Right now, in America, with the housing, market we have, yes, it takes huge amounts of money to get into real estate. Unless you are doing your homework, you're double checking, you're triple checking, and then you're doing it all over again. Do not get into real estate right now. Do not get into real estate. How long before testing starts can you install the game? Right now. The game's been up since last night, available for install. If you need to get it, go into the NDA channels, type ! download, it'll give you the link. Real estate I can understand, but would require huge starting money. I assume the investments are the lesser end of his income pool. Could be wrong. I am curious how a guy who did MLM for protein shakes transitions into real estate and investments with pure gain in relatively short time. First of all, it hasn't been relatively short time. It's been 20 fucking years. It's been 20 fucking years. It's been 2 decades. And what... Anyone have some insights besides luck? Okay, if anybody's ever heard me say this, you know I hate the fucking word luck. I hate the word luck. Luck is what other people assume is what makes you successful. Luck is the result of the work you do in private. I think I'm stuck on, because after playing Arcade Unchained, it really amazes me the type of people who play MMOs, or at least niche MMOs. So many people seem to be these younger and older people with massive passive incomes or jobs that make them lots of money with little workload, which I mean makes sense given the MMO's demand. Anyways, there anyone familiar with real estate and investment well enough to elaborate on how one makes big money in a short time with no experience? Is the money earned from the MMO just understand or what? Yeah, that message stinks of jealousy. Good afternoon. Hey, good afternoon. Yeah, let me say, let me just point out here. I am a millionaire. I am a millionaire. And like Ben Affleck said in the movie Boiler Room, that is a strange thing to say. It is a strange thing to say to other people. I am a millionaire. Now, I am not a multimillionaire. I'm not a mega millionaire. I don't have fucking buku dollar. I don't have, I'm not at the strip club making it rain with hundreds. I'm not at the strip club at all because I'm not going to give strippers money. But I mean, I'm a millionaire. When you take all of my assets, you add them all up, I have more than $1 million and less than $2 million. That's why I'm not a multimillionaire. It is not hard to become a millionaire. It is hard to become a millionaire if you don't have hustle, if you don't have a work ethic. It's hard to become a millionaire if you're going to work every day and trading your time for a wage, okay? It's a reason why they're called wage slaves. I understand the argument that Amazon should pay its workers more money because the workers are the ones who generate the value. I understand the argument. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. Because what you're forgetting is that there is a lot of risk, there's a lot of work, there's a lot of things that go into that. If you think your time is worth more than $15 an hour, then do what Rocky Balboa said. If you know what you're worth, then go out and get what you're worth. If you think your time is worth more than $15 an hour, go get a $20 an hour job. Go get a $25 an hour job. Go get a $500 an hour job. Go do whatever you need to do. Amazon is struggling now to find new staff. No, they are not. Amazon is not struggling to find new staff. Write an article today about it. An article from who? From the media? Who takes part of an Amazon report? Amazon isn't struggling to find new staff. Amazon is struggling to retain staff. Amazon is struggling to retain staff because Amazon had these really bad performance metrics. Amazon had these really bad performance metrics which required immediate termination if the computer reports you as time off task, TOT. So Amazon has realized that they have gotten rid of a lot of employees because of bad standardization, bad metrics, bad lean logistics. They have in the year 2020, they had 150% turnover rate, which means that they were replacing people for every job 1.5 times in the year. I'll tell you right now, Amazon isn't struggling to find new staff. Amazon, the Collinsville facility here is full, and they're still hiring people because there's more work to do. A lot of people get to Amazon and they're like, you want me to do what? I'm not going to do that. You want me to move boxes 8 hours a day? I'm not going to do that. Well, then that's fine. You don't want to do hard manual labor. Amazon is struggling to find new staff because, you know, for a lot of 2020, a lot of people went and got jobs. They went and got jobs. And then they were like, wait, I can stay on unemployment through July. Remember, those articles are written based on 2020's numbers. I know fuck tons of people who said I'm making $17 an hour effectively on unemployment because I get the mandatory $15 kicker plus I get the couple of bucks an hour from the actual unemployment the company pays. Why would I go get a job? There were a lot of people who told me, why would I go get a job and take a pay cut to come off of that COVID-19 stimulus bill where $600 a week unemployment? Or $1,200, whatever the fuck it was, because I don't have unemployment. People are like, I'm not going to go do that hard manual labor for $15 an hour. Guess what? Somebody will. Somebody will. Never fire a person just because a fucking computer says so. Yeah, I agree with that. You should never fire. You should use computers to flag trends, and then the human analyzes the trends. When you have people in finance that don't understand business and designing metrics, that is trouble. Oh, yeah. It's like there was a period of time where, remember, I tell you guys, metrics fucking lie to you all the time. I was the vehicle fleet manager. I was the vehicle management flight commander, which made me the vehicle fleet manager for my first year as a lieutenant. Luckily, I knew how to do those metrics. My commander called me into his office. I was brand new. I was a daisy fresh, brand new second lieutenant. I'd been an E6, but I'd gotten my commission. I got called in, and I got my ass chewed for 20 minutes before I was even allowed to speak. Since you took over this flight, all of your metrics are down, and and just fucking screaming at me for 20 minutes. And at the end, I said, may I speak? Go ahead. I said, sir, I designed these metrics up at AMC when I was in E6. This is the FSO 21. In fact, if you pull up these particular ones, it says Tech Sergeant Jahlon on the bottom of these slides from the ones you were referencing, because I was doing this metric for you 4 months ago before I became an officer. I have a 50% in commission rate for that particular vehicle. Why is it 50%? Because I have 2 on base, 1 broke, and DLA parts can't get me the replacement part. We're going to sit at 50% until DLA can fulfill the part request. We have 2. 1 is broke. 50%. Guess what, sir? The mission essential level is 50%. I need to have 1 working. Would I like to have them both working? Yes, I would. Can I get them both working? Sir, no, I can't. I cannot get them both working. I cannot get them both working. I'm sorry. I wish I could. Okay. So in the meantime, remember we talked earlier. While you guys are sitting here, I go to this video. Give it a comment. Give it a thumbs up. I need everybody here to do me a favor. This is a social organization experience. I need you all to go to this video. I need you all to give it a thumbs up, give it a comment, and share it with people you know will go give it a comment and give it a thumbs up. We want to push this video to as many people as we can to support our boy BCG. Really, just to fuck with him. You need the video again? There you go. Thumbs it up. I know. Thumbs it up. Give it a comment. We're gonna so fuck with him. It's gonna be fucking glorious. I'm such a horrible human being. So, I'm really close to buying the $500 pre-order package for the game, but do you honestly think it'll live up to what it's saying? I've been let down in the past, and I really want this to do well. Great question. Love the fact you're a first-time viewer popping in, asking the question. First and foremost, yes, I think Ashes of Creation is going to live up to the hype. Because if I didn't think Ashes of Creation was going to live up to the hype, I wouldn't stream Ashes of Creation 12 hours a week, every week, from July 2020 till now. I have done this 12 hours a week minimum. I have done some shows 8, 9, 10, 12 hours answering questions. I have direct contact with the developer. Doesn't make me special. That's not a flex. I do the most successful Twitch show on Ashes of Creation. So if you have a problem, you have a question, if I can't answer it, I can get an answer to it. That's how much I believe in this project. Steven Sharif, the owner of Intrepid Studios, and Jahlon, the primary creator at the Paradox Gaming Network, we have a business relationship, but we're also friends, okay? Is he your... Yeah, BCG's my friend. BCG's my friend. With that said, T-Elf says it right. We're testing here in about an hour and 50 minutes. We're going to be testing. We are going to be tearing up their current build. It is work. It's not fun. Is it enjoyable? Yes, but we're not playing. We're testing. If you are not 100% sold, I was going to say sure and sold at the same time. If you are not 100% sold on the cosmetics for this month, don't buy them this month. If you are not 100% sold on the mission, on the dream, on the vision, on the reality, don't buy in this month, okay? Don't do that. That's what I'm wanting to do. Just test. Obviously not expecting anything crazy, just get a nice taste for the game. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they release the game, and it seems that Steven is passionate about the project, which is good. Yeah, it absolutely. Steven, this is Steven's baby, right? This is Steven's baby. Steven doesn't have kids. Steven has dogs. Steven has ducks. You know, but Steven doesn't have kids. Steven works on this project 18 hours a day. There are days that I hear from Steven, right? There are there are days where Steven will PM me, and I remember I'm 2 hours ahead of Steven. So if it's 4 o'clock, well, let's say if it's 6 o'clock for me, it's 4 o'clock for him, right? So there are days where it's 6 o'clock. I've only been up for a couple of minutes, or I've only been on the computer a couple of minutes. I'm just getting my day started. Steven will PM me something and ask me a question. And then it'll be 18 hours later, I'm just getting ready to like go and read, and Steven will PM me another question. And I'm like, this dude's insane. Like, this dude is crazy. Central Time shout out, hello from Illinois. I'm from Illinois. I'm from just outside the Air Force Base. I'm 30 minutes outside St. Louis. Illinois is a great state. Illinois is a great state now that we have a governor who's not trying to like commit any felonies. It'd be nice if we could go another 20 years and not have another governor go make the license plates. But Minnesota, I do like me some Minnesota. With that said, Steven is 100% dedicated to his project. There has never been anything ever in Steven's company and Steven's presentation. I have never found anything that has made me say to myself, you know, this is some bullshit. I've never not had anything go on that I'm like, you know what, this is shady as fuck. Like people, the one that we just brought up, the person who said, what about the MLM? Well, that would be one thing if the person knew what the hell they were talking about. They're like, real estate's a really expensive endeavor. No, it's not. There are a ton of military people who end up owning a ton of houses, right? There are a ton of military people who end up owning a ton of houses because they buy a house and they're all about the hustle, man. They're all about their hustle. They work on the house while they're stationed there. They rehab it. You know. Oh, that's interesting. They rehab it while they're there. And then they don't sell it. They hold on to it as a rental. So I'm trying to pull up something just in case it becomes relevant. I don't think it will. 2020. One second. Okay. What's the largest feature in game that Steven needs help with that hasn't been polished in your opinion? Not polished itself, but maybe shown. Nothing. Because, oh, hold on. Love to see you're passionate about the game. I'll stick around the stream and hope to see you in game at some point. I think I'll buy the $500 order now. Yep, good luck with that. Hopefully you used my referral code. Probably not. You probably made your account. You were a new person a little while ago. But that's cool. At least you're getting into the game. I'll be testing today. If anybody does have Alpha 1 and you don't have a guild, you don't have people to hang out with, I have a Discord. You'll see us in there. I have a whole lot of shit on my Discord. You'll see us testing. You'll be able to hang out. If you're new, we'll be able to help you. If you need help, you'll also need a guild to get into siege testing. Obviously it doesn't make you a member of the guild forever. It makes you a member of the guild for today. What's the best educated release? Fucking, you can't, years from now, 2023, maybe. What is the largest in-game feature that Steven needs help with and hasn't been shown? Here's the problem. If you're looking for them to be showing things, you've gotta, let me clean the chalkboard. You've got to build your foundation, right? And I'm sure Steven at this point is getting a little frustrated because he wants to be able to show off more stuff. But, you know, here's your server back end. Here's the foundation. Here's the foundation that you build your game on. So we could do things like, you know, we could build content, right? We could build content around things like PvP and PvE and, you know, social and role playing, right? And then up here we could do, we're going to stack on top now. We're going to put PvP and we're going to do this one that goes across too. We could do castle sieges, and then because this crosses over, we could do node sieges, and we could start building these things, right? We could start building these things. But the reason why they can't show off a lot of stuff right now is because this isn't solid. That's not solid. And because that's not solid, all this testing is irrelevant. You don't want to start doing a bunch of testing on content that's not solid. Because if you do that, right? If you do that, if you do that, then you got to do a lot of rework. I really appreciate the fact that Intrepid has stopped trying to cater to Stop trying to cater to, let's give all the customers what they want all the time, and they're saying, hey, we need to get this fixed. Time to call the server backend guy into the manager's office for some old school management. No, the problem is that the server backend guy is cleaning up somebody else's code. And so they got to go through and they got to find the mistake. Remember, we've talked about it a bunch of times. You're talking as simple as something as a period outside of a parentheses instead of inside the parentheses. Some people will be like, well, if it wasn't done right, it wouldn't compile. That's not true. If it's an illegal action, it won't compile. But remember, if you've programmed something that works, it does what it's supposed to do, but what it does isn't what you want it to do. There is where you run into the problem. They could be having an issue where the way it's written is written wrong. A syntax error is not an error in logic. Exactly. It won't compile if your command is outright incorrectly used. It will compile if you have logic errors. Exactly. 40% of software bugs pass compilers. I don't know if that's an accurate statistic, but I would definitely not. I wouldn't argue that being too high. I would argue that being too low. I'm not too familiar with server backend stuff. What does that entail? Everything. It involves everything. Server backend involves lag, latency, how the nodes develop, how mobs spawn, how mobs behave, the behavior trees, the loot tables, the drop rates. Everything that's not run on your computer is run by the server. Okay? Everything the server does has its roots in how the back end works. If the back end runs janky as shit, the game runs janky as shit. It determines what the refresh rate is, what the cycle time is, everything. The server back end is it's like the server back end is the brain and the spinal cord. The brain and the spinal cord. Maybe you can help me with something. I'm currently making a vector map for Ash's creation, and they're deciding how to determine the available levels of details. What's bothering me is that parts of the map are going to be static which will change dynamically based on player actions. From what I understand, castle regions are static, but I'm unsure how node territory will work. Will node borders be predetermined as well, or only the zone of influence changes? Okay, so good question. And the very first thing I'm gonna tell you is I'm gonna give you the quick answer, but then I'm gonna give you the reference. And here's the reference. For what you're trying to do, there is Ashes 101, the World of Vera. It's gonna break down all the rules and what's what. Castle regions are static, they never change. Castle locations are static, they never change. The divine gates are static, they never change. Nodes, however, nodes don't always have to be there, and nodes, their zones of influence are not static. On one server, if this is a stage 1 node, it has a stage 1 zone of influence. On stage 2, if it's a metro, it has a metro's level zone of influence. So the zones of influence are going to change radically all the time. All the time. Hold on, I gotta... Now I gotta cut out 36 characters. 9 more? There we go. Put my own fucking name around. Embarrassing. Oh, we're gonna promote the shit out of BCG's video. We're gonna prove to him that the German videos are the right market. You can't plant grass on solid rock. True. Very true. I'm sure they are working as hard as they can on it. Oh, without a doubt. I don't... That's one thing where, I know that I piss off the Intrepid staff quite often. Because they're like, well, the videos that you do are like demoralizing, and they kill the morale and they kill the drive, and you're like a harbinger and you're a dark knight. Look, I'm gonna say this. If somebody can prove to me where I've said this, I'll apologize. I don't think I've ever said the Intrepid studio staff isn't working really hard. However, everybody works really hard at their job. I work really hard at my hobby. I work really hard at being a husband. I work really hard at being a father. I work really hard as being a mentor to my content creators. I work really hard at being a motivational speaker for the high school students and the young lieutenants. Everybody works really hard, okay? It's like when people say, I hate when people say, well, I love my kids. Bullshit, everybody loves their kids. Not everybody, but I think the majority of good people love their kids. Don't give me that. I've never said you're not working hard. I've never made the statement the Intrepid studio staff isn't working hard. I've made the statement the Intrepid studio staff isn't working smart. I would say that the Intrepid studio staff doesn't always work smart. I would say that there is a sentiment of people out there that questions Intrepid's competence. And if that's a hurtful statement, how do you shut somebody up that doubts your ability to do it? You interrupt them by doing it. Those that say it cannot be done are interrupted by the person who just did it. You want to shut me up about what I say, that I don't think that some of the shit you're going to try to do is doable? Shut me up and do it. Or explain to me how you're going to do it, or make sure that my belief and your belief are on par. But at the same time, we're humans and we're working. Honestly, from a business perspective, and I don't give a shit. Okay? I don't give a shit. When you deliver a good game, that's when you get the GGWP and you get the thumbs up. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be like a douchebag here, but you're not gonna get a thumbs up from me because you've done really amazing work, because you've taken people's money. You owe them a product. But you want me to put on the hat, the glasses, and give you the GGWP thumbs up? I'll do that. Deliver the game. Let's look at this Shoutout here. If someone were to stumble upon this game, what would you say to sell them on the game? Number one, I wouldn't do that at all. So let me tell you that. I would not try to sell you on the game, because Steven doesn't want people selling people on the game. Selling you on the game means I want you to sign on the line that is dotted. I want you to exchange money, and that's selling. How would I promote the game? How would I promote the game would be a different question. I will promote the game by saying Ashes of Creation is an open world theme box game where player choice actually matters. This isn't a game where you're going to follow a linear, non-changeable script where you have to go from leveling zone to leveling zone and town to town to town to follow some story, and you're not given the freedom to change the narrative. Ashes of Creation is working hard to make the world a direct reflection of the player's input. I love the fact that the node system has 4 different types, which allows 4 different leadership styles to take control of different sections of the world. I love the fact that they have a castle system that trumps the node system, and that the castle system is decided by the best team PvPers, but the monarchs are still beholden to the mayors, because if the mayors don't support the monarch, then the monarchy will fall. At the same time, if the monarchy doesn't protect the nodes will fall, and you'll have a really weak monarch. I love the fact that they're describing the game as a theme box, not a theme park where you go down Main Street and you go left or right to certain rides, and then all it is one ride after another. I love the fact that it's not a sandbox, because there are really very few sandbox games, and I don't think we're anywhere near the technology level necessary to do a sandbox MMORPG. If you look at the most sandboxy MMORPG being EVE Online has a lot of tools in a sandbox, but it's still a box. It still has walls. It still has boundaries. It still has tools. I don't think you're going to get to a point where you get what EQ Next wanted to do for another 10 years, probably 5 years at the soonest. I love the fact that Ashes of Creation is a theme box game. You open up the box, you take out another box, you look at that box, you open it up. I open up the Ashes of Creation box and I pull out the PvE box. I open up that PvE box and I have raids, I have dungeons, I have world bosses, I have the artisan system, I have caravans. But when I pull out caravans, there's a string tied to the PvP box where caravans is also tied there. What about Mortal Online 2? What about it? Is there any news on Ashes of Creation transitioning to the new Unreal Engine? Their new lighting render tech could do wonders for the server straining the game might have. Okay, so what server strain that the game might have is really not a coherent rationale for making a transition to Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine 5 doesn't arbitrarily make lighting and rendering better for you. Unreal Engine 5 does lighting and rendering better for you out of the box. Just like everything else Unreal Engine does for you, it gives you some out of the box solutions, but not all of those solutions are the best option. For example, the chaos physics in Unreal Engine 4.24 are not a good viable solution for Intrepid. They decided to come up with their own chaos physics. Now, with that said, I would like to see the chaos physics changed a little bit, because we need the walls to be destroyable. We need the walls to be destroyable for the castle sieges to work. So also Unreal Engine 5 out of the box creates something from a product manager or a producer perspective, and that is the pipeline development for how assets go in and then get rendered downward for same quality at lower performance cost. That's where Unreal Engine 5 shines. The fact that you don't have to have an external process, the system does it. With that said, my last check with my developer friends, Unreal Engine 5 is not ready to Unreal Engine 5 isn't ready for MMORPG developers to dive into it. There's still some bugs, there's still some issues, there's still some tweaks that are needed. And everyone that says, well, Unreal Engine 5 is backward compatible with Unreal Engine 4, no, that's not true. Unreal Engine 5 is backwards compatible with Unreal Engine 4 if you have something that looks graphically, visually like this, right? This is my build in Unreal Engine 4. And I have my custom backend, right? And I've done, let's do a green one of these, right? And I do a pink one of these, and I do an orange one of these, right? I don't think that's a different enough color, so let's do a lime green one of these. So I've designed Unreal Engine 4. I've got my own I've got my own custom backend, so I had to make all these connections manually, right? And then I had to make this connection, and then I had to make this connection. So I've had to make these connections manually. Now, when I bring over my custom backend and I bring that over to Unreal Engine 5, The problem is that I'm going to be doing this all over again. I'm going to grab my green widget that's right there, and now I need to find, where did you move this? It used to be over here, but now it's over here. You know, I've got my gold star in the middle in my custom backend, but now where did you move my corresponding gold star? It used to be here in the middle. It's now shoved over here for their own optimization. Finally, I had my pink star right here, and I used to have to cut across all this code to get to my pink star. Well, now the pink star is a bright red star, and it's moved over here. It's still Unreal Engine, but I had a custom backend solution. Now I need to make my custom backend solution. I need to tie all these modules together. There is where the production team at Intrepid Studios needs to say, how long is this process going to take? Is this process going to take 8 weeks? Okay. Is that process going to take 8 weeks? Okay. And how much time do I save? How much will all those internal Unreal Engine 5 processes and pipelines and features save me? If I save 2 weeks, but it costs me 8 weeks, I lose 6 weeks. I lose a month and a half in development time. But if it saves me 16 weeks, then I tell the community we're going dark for 8 weeks to make the transition. But in the end, we'll end up making up 8 weeks. We'll make up the 8 weeks that we lost, and we'll make 8 weeks more up. So that's the big cut of that. It's not ready for them to do right now because it's not ready for an MMO. And so they can't make that decision because they can't sit around. Like right now, XL Games is developing an Unreal Engine 5, but XL Games isn't working on the game. It's working on assets of the modules that will become the game. They don't have to worry about making it all put together now. They're worried about putting the art, the animation, the assets all into Unreal Engine 5 and getting the benefit from that. Intrepid can't do that right now. Intrepid can't sit around doing nothing while Epic Games gets their shit sorted out. You know what I'm saying? So, do I think that Intrepid Studios will move to Unreal Engine 5? No. I don't think they will. I don't think they'll move to Unreal Engine 5. I think they will continue developing an Unreal Engine 4, and then they will establish good pipelines and processes. And then they will launch, and then after launch, they will cut a part of their development team to look at the feasibility of moving to Unreal Engine 5 and what does that give them in time productivity. Because remember, the engine isn't, people are like, well, the engine is going to run so much better. No, it's not, because they're not using the back end from Unreal Engine 5. So how the engine runs is completely irrelevant if it's Unreal Engine 5 or it's Unreal Engine 4. People who say, well, games in Unreal Engine 3 run worse than games in Unreal Engine 4. Historically, yes, but it had to do with the qualifications and the skills of the programmers, of the people who were using the tool. Remember, the engine is just a tool. You've seen some really good looking Unity games. You've seen some really shitty looking Unity games. You've seen some really beautiful Unreal Engine games. You've seen fucking Dreamworld, right? Remember, the engine is just a tool. If I need to knock down a cinder block wall, I'm going to bring a sledgehammer. But if I give my 8-year-old the sledgehammer, it doesn't matter if I give my 8-year-old an 8-pound sledge or a 15-pound sledge. That wall is not getting knocked down in any quick, rotation. But if I, sorry, I need to get another water. I don't have any. Oh, I do. I have another tea. Always have another. Always have a spare. Always have a spare. There was a if you read Jocko Willink and Leif Babin's book Extreme Ownership, they got stuck in a building where they had been in that building for so long they tried to exit the front of the building and they were worried about sniper coverage because the snipers had all day to get into position and line up their shots, and they also had to worry about, due to this particular building, they weren't able to maintain 100% positive coverage of the entryway. And throughout the day, throughout all the firefights, there was they saw an unknown object now at the doorway. There was no other entrance or exit from this building. Well, Navy SEALs always have 1 or 2 people that they're part of their gear is a sledgehammer. Well, Jocko Wilnick talks about they needed to create a new exit out of a cinder block building, and the SEALs took turns, like for 2 or 3 minutes, hitting the wall as hard as they can, and then rotating, because that's the most effective way to do it. And they knocked a hole in a wall so they could exit and not get blown up. And later on, they found out there was an IED at the entrance, and they were going to get blown up if they exited. It's the right tool for the right job, but you also have to have the right people. Unreal Engine is an amazing game engine. It is absolutely an amazing game engine. However, if you have 2 high school kids, and remember, if you all want to play around with Unreal Engine, you can download the developer kit for Unreal Engine. It's free. You don't have to buy anything. But if you have 2 high school kids playing around with Unreal Engine, you're probably not going to get that amazing of a game. However, Changeling the Dreaming LARP rules were written by a couple of high school kids, and White Wolf paid them for it. They did a very good job with it. I mean, we ended up having to fix it, but they did a very good job with it. I'm not saying a high school kid can't be useful, but a high school kid making a game in Unreal Engine 5 isn't going to make a 10,000 concurrent player MMORPG. Probably not. Maybe. Probably not. The tool is the tool. The user is the user. Yeah, Minecraft was written by a high school kid. Wasn't Angry Birds also written by a young kid? Anyway, with that said, I'm going to jump up real quick. I've had, I don't know, 3 bottles of water today. I'm going to be right back. Yeah, I finally turned into the Joker. Hope you guys don't mind. I'm gonna munch on some almonds. Today's my first day not having to take medication, and I'm very happy about that. Well, antibiotics. I'm hoping I'm finally not sick. I've been on antibiotics for 2 months, or for a month. Any news on the new lead designer? Yes, they are going to announce the new designer in August. Good on you for taking the full dose. Yeah, I took a round of Cipro, and then I took a round of whatever the fuck I just took. And I'm really hoping I'm not sick anymore. I'm tired of being sick. Yeah, they're going to announce the new lead game designer in August. And let me tell you why August is good. So, even if the new lead game designer, comes on now, even if the new game designer, no, I don't think it's a long time frame. Listen to what I'm saying here. Even if the new game designer comes on now, it wouldn't be fair to the new game designer to talk about who he was, because the August test is already roadmapped. Like I said, if Steven tapped me to come out and be their new project manager, the very first thing I would do upon arriving, say Steven said, hey Jay, I'm going to put you on a contract for 3 months. Come out here and tell me what I'm doing wrong with my project management. I'd show up on Monday. Very first thing I tell him is your July 9th thing has to go. Why? Because the new guy coming in doesn't want to be held accountable to somebody else's plan. I don't want to be accountable to somebody else's plan. I want to write my own plan. So I think it's a smart move not announcing the new game designer until after the test, because let him have a fair shot at how things are going to work, how things are going to get laid out, how things are going to be designed. Just like it's not fair to blame Margaret for how Ashes of Creation Apocalypse was advertised. Sure, she was the community marketing lead while APOC was going the first time. Well, APOC had been taken down, and then Margaret started her job. That's not fair. I'll do a lot of things. I'll be really, really critical, right? I will 100% be critical. But I will not blame somebody. So I will not blame somebody who wasn't at the studio when the 30, 60, 90, 120, 180, and 365 days plans were laid out. I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair to blame somebody. Don't you also think the test should be delayed? I think the test should be delayed 100%. 100% I believe the test should be delayed. And I'm a content creator who's gonna get massive residuals. Massive residuals when I can cover the Alpha 1 testing. I'm gonna get massive residuals, and I don't want them to release it. I mean, isn't that part of the PR role, though? If your company was slapped with a major lawsuit and you're hired after the fact, you're still going to have to respond to the community about it. Carthos, I would normally 100% agree with you, except Margaret is not the PR person. And that's another thing I don't understand about, that's another thing I don't understand about Intrepid Studios. Why they... Well, like, apparently now they're not. Apparently Intrepid's not listed there. For a while, Intrepid was using Critical Hit. They were using Team Critical Hit. I want to see if they still are. Yeah. Intrepid Studios is using Team Critical Hit for their public relations. Well, she needs to stop being tapped to fill that role. Yeah. So... I understand the value of having a public relations firm, but Team Critical Hit, the only couple of times Team Critical Hit has done anything that I've seen, Team Critical Hit has sucked. Isn't she community relations, which is totally different? She's the community marketing lead, which is totally different than community relations. Toast is the community relations person because she's the community manager. So there are some things that Margaret is doing, which I think Team Critical Hit should be doing. There's a lot of shit that Team Critical Hit should be doing that they're not doing. So that's one of the things that when I'm overly critical, I'm like, yeah, I'm overly critical of what you're doing because I have no, like, I have no idea what the fuck you're doing, and I have no idea how you've got this shit designed or laid out. Not that it matters specifically if I know, but given how the fact that I've worked successfully in marketing, advertising, I knew what I did in marketing, and I knew what I didn't do in marketing. I knew what I did in public relations. I knew what I didn't do in public relations. I knew that if I was talking to certain people, I wasn't talking to those people. I went a couple of doors down and I knocked on the door and I said, hey, we need to make a statement, and that's your wheelhouse. The same thing that my counterpart would walk down and said, I'm about to make this statement so you know how that affects your plans. I haven't seen Team Critical Hit doing much for Intrepid. So, you know what I'm saying? Job title's in fine and dandy, but it means fuck all if your duties don't reflect it. I know plenty of facility manager supervisors who empty trash cans and scrub toilets. No, I 100% agree with you. You know, you can be the executive assistant to the assistant executive. You know, and you can be the executive of the Department of Redundancy Department. And I agree with you. Job, like, shit, I have 3 different OPRs from the same position. I don't know if I have them all in here. I have 3 different OPRs from the same position. They didn't change anything. Oh, I stopped putting shit in here. I'm such a I didn't do anything in here after my base. These don't have my Pentagon ones in here. But I had, like, I was in the same billet doing the same job, and I have, like, one that's deputy chief, one that's OIC, and one that's deputy director. But then all the bullets underneath are the same. The job title changed, but the responsibility didn't. So it's all bullshit. But yeah, I agree with you. But there's sometimes it's like, you know, I understand. I understand that people are frustrated with Intrepid. I understand it. And that's why I do my show 3 times a week, so people that are frustrated can come in here and talk, and I roll that stuff up to Steven. And the marketing of Intrepid Studios is one thing that's growing, and more and more people are getting irritated with how Intrepid is doing their marketing, and I don't blame them. Do we know if NPCs will talk to players with "you're the hero" kind of attitude, or will some of them not treat you so highly? Maybe because you don't have a certain rank in their organization. That is true. That is true. There will be some that talk to you like you're a hero. Some that'll be like, wow, welcome back from Sanctus. Others are like, hey, errand boy, go do this for me. No, you're not treated as like the hero of light like Final Fantasy 14 does. Hero of light, you're the only one that can save us. Please go gather 5 turnips. No, you won't have that, and they don't do that. The ones that treat you like shit are the ones that treat you on the go do this shit for me, you dirty peasant. Black magic, thank you. Let's see. I had to take a class that gave me a certificate for online marketing to be an honor grad in high school, and some of the stuff Intrepid does makes me cringe. Now imagine how much I cringe as a guy who retired at 19 from marketing. How do you think Alpha 1 tests will run with the general population? Will the reception be positive or negative from the status quo? Most footage will be seen through Asmongold's lens or other prominent MMO creators. No, that's not true. Most footage will not be seen through Asmongold's lens. Asmongold is an influencer. Summit, Shroud, Tim the Tatman, they're all influencers. They are going to showcase the game. But unless those individuals get really, 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 really smart about the game, and they can do what I can do, people who are genuinely interested in the game are going to go and seek out other content. The wiki, Ashes 101, the Ashes post, Ashes 101. There are going to be there are going to be people that go looking for more detail. Now, are there people who follow Asmongold's every word like he's got living, breathing disciples? Yes, he does. Do all big content creators have disciples that follow him no matter what? Yes. Are there going to be people that buy the game because a big content creator says buy it? Yeah, look at Ninja and Fortnite. Are there going to be people who don't buy the game because a big content creator says don't buy the game? Yes, absolutely. Are there people that are going to hear, are there going to be people that hear you shouldn't buy the game and then go look for more research? Yes. So I would say that I don't think most footage will be seen through those lenses. I think those creators are going to cast the widest net, but then I think people who are interested are going to look, people who are genuinely interested are going to look big, middle, and small. If they're going to punt on the A1 month testing anyway, I don't know why that would impact the timing of just replacement, but I guess that's irrelevant. No, I mean, if they wanted to punt the 1 month testing, which I think they should, and I think they should in this time, I don't think it has to do with anything other games dropping on top of it. I don't think the product is ready to do the month-long testing with. I don't think it's ready. I think they've lost an awful lot of time fixing the Ghosted AI controller bug. We are inside 1 month. We are inside 30 days, which means you're inside one iteration window, right? You're inside one iteration window. I don't think they're going to be able to make the Alpha 1 showcaseable between now and July 14th. With that said, they should just delay now. They should just delay now. And then they can delay now, and they can bring on no, what they need to do right now, what they need to do is they need to not add on any more bullshit. Here's what they do. Ready? They come out and they say, guys, this Ghosted AI controller problem is kicking our ass. So this is our current Alpha 1 playtest from this point forward. We don't have one. Because I'm not, and if I was Steven, as a product, as a program manager, as a project lead, I would say what if it's fixed today? Is it fixed today? Are you 100% sure, guaranteed it's fixed today? Because if you're not, you're putting undue stress on McP. I would say, and this is the problem with the hierarchy. Remember I said the hierarchy at Intrepid is fucked because Steven's both the CEO and the creative director. The creative director would usually be the person, or the senior producer. Somebody would be going to the CEO and advocating on McP's behalf, because McP wouldn't, in a normal organizational hierarchy, McP wouldn't have a connection 2 steps above him, because he wouldn't be the head motherfucker in charge. He'd have a head motherfucker in charge that would go back to the corporate side of the studio. Somebody should be advocating for McP and saying, you are putting an artificial time constraint on this guy. You have created an artificial time constraint that this guy has to get this bug fixed by July 14th. And you all know, you've all experienced this. You have all experienced this at least once in your life. There is a problem that you have to get fixed, and somebody wants it fixed now, and to fix it right, you can't fix it by the now. It could be something like a term paper. You've realized your term paper is due in 3 days, and you've realized you've made a critical logical error in your paper. You still have a deadline, but now in order to fix it, you don't have time to start over. You don't have time to rewrite all 15 pages. So now you're trying to, you're like, I'm not getting an A on this paper. I need to do my very best to make this paper as high of a grade as I can get with the limited amount of time I have left. Because there's not a lot of students who are willing to go up to their professor and talk to their professor and be like, you know what? I wrote this entire 15-page paper, and while I was writing the conclusion, I realized I dumb fucked myself. Here's my paper so that you know I had a paper done on time. Can I please get an extension to do it better? I've had professors look at me and like, that's fine. Just submit what you wrote. Just submit what you wrote. Okay, submit what I wrote. Still get an A on the paper, because in the conclusion, you write in the conclusion, while writing this paper, I realized that my initial assessment, my initial position, I have disproved my own theory. And from this, I have learned X, Y, and Z, right? I have learned X, Y, and Z. I've had professors give me an A on a paper that the beginning of the paper was this. I went through the whole paper, and at the conclusion, I'm like, I'm a dumb fuck. But when you have that artificial time constraint, that's what causes the problem. And they have this artificial time constraint. I don't think they can make it. I think they've lost too many weeks trying to fix a problem they didn't know existed until the first time we did that testing. So give McP the time he needs. I mean, the initial impact of the Alpha 1 will be seen through Asmongold and company, and my question is, from your experience of the initial play, how will the player reception be? Again, see, you can say it to me a second time. You can say it to me a second time, and I'm going to give you the answer again the same way a second time. I don't believe the initial impact of Alpha 1 will be seen through Asmongold and company. Because I'm not disputing that Asmongold, Tim, Shroud, Summit will have the largest audiences. But I do disagree that if they're not covering those games to a satisfactory level to the normal viewer, those normal viewers are going to go out and seek out their own information. If that wasn't true, how do I get views on my channel on the same weekend that Asmongold puts out a video about Ashes? How do I get any views? The Lazy Peon puts out a video with 2.4 million views, but I still get views. I still get views, and I can actually track this. Whenever the Lazy Peon puts out a new big Ashes of Creation video, if I watch the video and I see the topics he's talked about, and I go into my YouTube analytics, if you guys aren't familiar with what YouTubers get for their analytics, let me grab analytics, and let me grab the last 48 hours. Okay. I'm going to grab this real quick. Okay. Now, my last 48 hours, I haven't pushed a video out recently, so the algorithm has absolutely no reason to be promoting any of my content. None of my content on YouTube right now is getting pushed. None of my content is getting pushed. I put out one new video, right? And you're going to see that one because it's the new video. But I haven't put out an Ashes of Creation video this week. There is absolutely no reason why in the last 48 hours my Alpha 1 siege testing thought video should have gotten 294 views. It's not my top video. It's my top by views in the last 48 hours, but it's not my top video. There's two videos on top of that one. Rogue Lords is on top of it, and Hell Architect is on top of it. The reason why is there's Alpha 1 testing today, so there's people looking for Alpha 1 experience thoughts. There's people who have just bought their Alpha 1 today, so they're looking for some feedback. They're looking for some stuff before we go into testing in 59 minutes. That's what happens every time the Lazy Peon does a video. My evergreen content, you can see down there about 6 videos down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 videos down is the character creator. There's no reason why in the last 48 hours that video has gotten 33 views, except it's evergreen content. People are looking for information on the character creator, right? That's what happens. The big names and any small content creator, if you need to talk more about this or you need to learn these lessons here, I do mentor. I have on my Discord, I have a section for mentoring new content creators. I'm more than happy to help you with this, but this is your influencer. That's not my triangle. This is your influencer triangle, right? You have, and by the way, when I say this, I'm not going into exaggerated numbers. I want to grab give me 1 second. I want to grab the actual percentage because that's important. And you'll understand those in a second. Let me do, am I still, yep. Oh, I lost a point. It's okay. Everybody always says when they do this influencer pyramid, they always say the top 1%, but it's not the top 1%. This is the by name, by rank people. Okay. I say this is the by name, by rank people, because I'm going to say Asmongold, right? He's number 15 on Twitch. He's not a percentage. He's number 15, right? Shroud is Shroud is also, oh, hold on. Asmongold is number 19. He's 15 English. Shroud is 15. He's actually 12 English. And we'll do Summit 1G. And Summit 1G is, come on, computer. And this is important for a reason, so that's why I'm looking up their actual number. Come on. Summit 1G is 34, right? So you're not talking a percentage wise, right? You're not talking a percentage wise, like these guys are in the top 0.1%, because here's what you guys may not realize, right? Here's me, and I'm in the top 0.21% of Twitch. I'm in the top 0.21% of Twitch. You look me up on Twitch tracker, you'll be like, holy shit, Jahlon's channel. I'm in the top 1%. These guys are the elites of the top 1%. My channel is in the top 0.21% of Twitch, right? So that's when you say that these guys are gonna get, when you say that Alpha 1 is gonna be filtered through these guys' lenses, no, that's not accurate. Those guys are going to talk about, Asmongold's going to talk about Ashes of Creation. He's very well informed. Zach is a very smart guy. He's going to talk about Ashes of Creation. He's very well informed. He's interviewed Steven. Shroud and Summit have interviewed Steven. They're going to cast a wide net. But here's what they're going to do. They're going to talk about the game for maybe 1 or 2 or 3 days. And then they're going to go back to, well, these two guys don't have to do this, but big content creators, the buy ranked people who are doing it for money, they're going to go back to what continues to keep their view count up, their income count up. And I'm not saying anything about that. I mean, if I owned a pizza joint and I was selling pizza and I suddenly decided to start selling burgers and fries, and burgers and fries weren't making me my money, I'd go back to being a pizza joint owner. You know what I'm saying? If it's like when any restaurant adds something to the menu and it's not popular, they take it right back off. These guys are providing a service. Is the service continuing to grow my brand? If yes, I stick with it. If no, I don't. So these guys are going to cast that wide net. But this is called the rising tide lifts all boats. This is called the trickle-down economics. Asmongold shows off Ashes of Creation to 40,000 people. 10% of those people decide they want to learn more about Ashes of Creation. So that means 4,000 people go out looking for something about Ashes of Creation. If I can get 1% of those people, if I get one, it's not 100,000, it's 40,000 is his average. I don't know why people always want to inflate his number. It's not an insult to say 40,000. A lot of times I pop over to see what his show is doing. It's like 40,000. Is he completely capable of pulling 100,000 people? Yes, and I'm not saying he's not. His average is 40,000. His numbers inflate for a special event. You're right, they do. They inflate. But a lot of those people are simultaneously in his channel, Shroud's channels, somebody else's channel. We're talking about meaningful viewers, not total viewers. Not every viewer you have is a meaningful viewer. Not every viewer you have is a meaningful viewer. But Asmongold shows the game off to 40,000 people. 10% of them go looking for Ashes of Creation. If there's 4,000 people looking for Ashes of Creation information, and I'm only targeting 1% of those people, right? I could add 40 viewers to my overall. You don't have to be like, I need 10% market share, I need 50% market share. I want 1% of the 10% of people who go looking for Ashes of Creation information on my Twitch channel to become regular viewers, right? I want 1%. 1%. How do you want 5+ nation and build cards? Yeah. I mean, I use the term initial perception in both my comments. Initial, by definition, means before any trickle-down or interest development. My question is pretty clearly structured to inquire if people will be more likely to want or see more of the game after seeing Alpha 1, or will be less likely to pursue an interest in the game. But you're saying initial perception. They're not going to get their initial perception from those people. They're going to get their initial exposure. And you need to remember, perception and exposure are two different things. Influencers cast a wide net, and they give you a lot of exposure. Are there some people who are going to make their mind up based on what Asmongold says? Yes, absolutely. Is that going to be the majority of people? No, the majority of people are going to say, what game is this? Let me go find out more about that before I make a decision. Initial perception happened before they went to see it on the stream. Yes and no. I mean, there are, like, remember, I do some video stuff. People have never heard of the game that I'm doing. Like, people didn't know about Rogue Lords. I was the first person to expose them to that. Asmongold is going to expose a lot of people. Summit, Shroud, 1G. He's going to do a lot of that initial exposure, but it's very dangerous to say your initial perception is determined based on your initial exposure. Some people, yes, absolutely. A lot of people make their mind up about something on the first exposure they get to it. They're very reactionary. If I did that, the very first time I flew Southwest Airlines, my flight was delayed 3 hours. Had absolutely nothing to do with Southwest Airlines. Had to do with a major thunderstorm over Orlando, and Orlando inbound said, if you're not already in the air, don't take off because we're going to be rack stacked and packed. So you hold at your departure airport for the time being. Then the captain got word that they wanted, that the way the storm was going to move, you were going to go out over the ocean and you were going to come in on a different path. He's like, get the fuck on the plane. Let's go. We're leaving. Orlando has a plane to get everything going again. Right? My initial perception of Southwest Airlines, my initial perception of them was this airline runs late. It's not very fair. It's not a very good thing to do. It's very close-minded. If I told you Southwest, my very first time at Southwest Airline, they ran late, and you run with that, that's not fair to the airline. Initial exposure, you're going to see Ashes of Creation. Asmongold's, and also remember, Asmongold's chat is so fast. It moves so fast that Asmongold's doing a presentation. He's not doing interaction. He can't do what I do on my show because his show moves so fast. It's simply not possible. It's simply not possible. Not to say he couldn't do a show like I do. He has the skill set to do it. His chat moves too fast now. He does a different type of show, but he does a different type of show because he's a different type of content creator. You have influencers, you have content creators, you have variety streamers, you have personality streamers, you have educational streamers. So with all that said, you did say initial perception in both your comments, but I completely discount that the majority of people are going to make their initial perception based on what Asmongold presents. Give him credit for the initial exposure? Sure. There's a lot of people who said, Lazy Peon is the reason they found me. Because I had just had an interview with Steven on July 8th, 2020. I had an interview with Steven. Then the Lazy Peon releases this amazing video, which then spawned off the Summit, Shroud, Tim, and Asmongold interviews. So a lot of people say they found me through the Lazy Peon. Now, as a business, that's bad for me. Because a lot of people found Ashes of Creation through Lazy Peon, signed up for Ashes of Creation through Lazy Peon's referral code, and then went looking for more information. However, there are a lot of people who got their initial exposure from the Lazy Peons video and then did what these guys did. They went looking for more information. And while I was on vacation, I knew what my referral count was before I went on vacation, and I know what my referral count was when I got back from vacation, and holy fuck, a lot of people found me, liked my content, and used my referral code. That is empirical data. That is like, I wish we had the old tracking chart so I could see how many I got when and on what day. I've told Steven for years, I need that data as a content creator so I know what's working, what's not. They still didn't get it to us. I think you are severely overestimating the attention spans of the majority of people on Twitch. I think you are radically underestimating the attention spans of people on Twitch. I mean, I think that overall, to say that I'm severely overestimating the attention spans of the majority of people on Twitch, I think that's very condescending to say, because you're saying, you're literally insulting the other 115 people in the chat. Yeah, if you have a short attention span, you'd be on TikTok, not Twitch. If you had a short attention span, you wouldn't be in this channel, because this channel goes down rabbit holes. I get comments and feedback all the time from people that's like, holy shit, man, I learned more from you in one day. I learned more from you in one day than I didn't from my high school social studies teacher in a whole year, in my whole senior year. I watch more Twitch than I do TV. AQDQ, SQDQ eats up the days of my life. The search pulled up AOC, Wildstar, Aeon, and Lord of the Rings Online. Interesting. But yeah, I mean, I give my daughter shit all the time. My daughter will lose 3 hours of her day watching fucking TikToks. All games done quick, summer games done quick. Gotcha. What would we do without acronyms? Just remember. Just remember, what would we do without acronyms? But no, I give my daughter shit all the time. I say to my daughter all the time, I'm like, you do realize that you lose hours and hours and hours. Like, said, you just watched TikToks for 3 hours. You lost a fucking eighth of your day. An eighth of your day to TikToks. Are you kidding me? You lost an eighth. You lost an eighth of your day. I stopped watching TV back in 2016. You know, I'm going to be honest. I stopped watching TV for years and years and years and years and years. Right? And then I actually found some TV shows that make me happy. You know, you would not be in this channel, but we are not talking about this channel. We are talking about Twitch in general. Call me crazy, man. Call me crazy. I'm not gonna say that with the millions of people who watch Twitch, I'm not going to say that of the millions of people that watch Twitch, that there's not a representative spectrum of all mentalities. If you're saying that the majority of people on Twitch have short attention spans, I'm gonna say to you, I disagree with that based on the length of time people watch individual shows. That is a metric that you can get. You can get like, what's your average watch time? I'm not quite sure if they give you that exact metric on Twitch, but you get a minutes watched and unique views, so you can sort of manually hand jam that. In fact, yeah, you get minutes watched. You get minutes watched for your each individual show, and you get the total unique views. So you can figure out what the average watch per viewer is. Yeah, certainty is a really odd word, isn't it? But yeah, I'm not gonna say that the people on Twitch have short attention spans. People with short attention spans don't sit in a, oh, fucking, let's find out. Let's find out what it is. Stream summary. Let's look at the last stream summary. And I can't show you guys this because there's stuff I'm not allowed to show you. But my last stream. Oh, it doesn't do it that way. Analytics. I need to just pull. I need to do this. I need to do it this way. Yeah, I got to do 1 day over. And I need to do 1 day over that way. Yep, there we go. And then time watched, minutes watched. So The average user watches my show as an average for 24 minutes. That's a pretty significant amount of time. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say they have short attention spans, but keep in mind I get a lot of people that pop in for a minute. They count as a unique view, but they like pop in for the 10 seconds. All the people I lose that never get through the ad, they count as a unique view. That's a pretty short attention span. 28 minutes is an incredibly long attention span if you've done any research in psychology. That is that's the length of a Saturday morning cartoon. That's the length of a 30-minute sitcom. That's not a short attention span. The average attention span the average person's attention span is 12 seconds. The average person's attention span is 12 seconds. If you want to, and Karthos, I'm not going to go into too much of what Karthos does, but if I'm talking about social studies, or if I'm talking about psychology, and I see something wrong, Karthos is going to jump on my ass, because that's what Karthos does. The average attention span is now 12 seconds. 12 fucking seconds. You guys realize that's why, it's like, attention span, that's why TikTok's 15 seconds. That's why TikTok recommends your TikTok is 15 seconds, which is 15 seconds is what a TikTok video should be. It used to be like 7 or 8. Yeah, it's gone up, but it's not higher than it used to be. It used to be a lot longer, then it dropped, and now it's on the upward. If I hit refresh, does that reset my time, or is my timer based on minutes watched per length of your show? I don't know, Threather. I don't know that specific. I don't know, because I can't see exact on YouTube. I can see YouTube gives me an average viewer number, but they calculate it a little bit differently than just one number divided by a number, one number divided by another. Let's see. TikTok is just the next evolution of Snapchat. Yeah, it is. Average watch times does not equal attention span. If you see the average content on Twitch, most of it, let's see. 3 hours. People do not pay attention to stream for 3 hours while watching him. Again, your audience is not indicative of the average Twitch time. Your daughter watching TikToks for 3 hours is indicative of the average Twitch viewer. They expect high impact content being delivered to them constantly every 20 seconds. No. And I'm gonna throw that out right there. My daughter watching TikToks for 3 hours is not indicative of the average Twitch viewer. My daughter watching TikTok for 3 hours is indicative of the TikTok audience. That's why you have the that's why you have the TikTok demographic. You have what works on TikTok. I mean, shit, if you're a content creator, and I don't know what your content creator background is. It sounds like nothing, but I don't know. What works on TikTok doesn't work on Twitch. What works on Twitch doesn't work on TikTok. What works on YouTube doesn't work on Twitch. What works on Twitch very rarely works on YouTube. That's why there's like courses, hundreds of hours of coursework you can do from different people that teach you the differences between the platforms. Believe it or not, what worked on Mixer didn't work on Twitch. What worked on Twitch didn't work on Mixer. If that was the case, if Twitch and Mixer both being streaming platforms, both being identical, why did Mixer fail so hard? Why couldn't Ninja and Shroud bring those hundreds of thousands of followers from Twitch over to Mixer? They were different platforms. They needed to be respected as different platforms. Why is YouTube Live not overall producing the same results as Twitch? Because they're similar platforms, but they're different platforms. In fact, the mentality over at YouTube is YouTube people don't want to buy subscriptions, because in people's heads, YouTube has been the place I go to watch free music videos, where I go to watch free videos. I don't have to pay. YouTube has been a free platform since its inception. Now they're trying to create a streaming platform where, sure, you can still stream there for free, but a content creator doesn't make money if you're watching me for free. I'm not saying it's the same as I'm saying it's more indicative than the demographic of your channel. No, because you're comparing one platform to another. You can't say my channel is different than Twitch users. This is a Twitch channel. You're like, oh, well, the average attention span on Twitch is, well, what? My 112 viewers don't count as Twitch viewers? You need to back off. The problem right now is I'm telling you you're wrong, and you're being offended. I'm telling you you're wrong. because objectively, you are wrong. You need to detach the emotional detachment you have to your argument right now. You need to disengage. You need to go do some research, and you need to refute me with actual empirical data. Because while my data is anecdotal based on my channel, it is still empirical data. It's biased data because I'm only using my channel, but it is still, in fact, empirical data. Twitch tracks that. I'm not making up the numbers. It's anecdotal because it's mine and it's my experience, but it's still empirical. Meanwhile, you don't have any data. You don't have any data. So you need to disengage. You're offended I've called you wrong. That's a natural human response. You need to disengage now and go get some data. You don't have any. Don't content creators on YouTube make some little money from ads of high views? Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. I can share with you just some off the cuff information. Let me give you yesterday's. I'm gonna give you the most recent day's number I can give you. Okay? So Wednesday I made $3.39 on YouTube, right? I made $3.39 on YouTube on Wednesday. And on Twitch, what did we do? We did a show on Wednesday, right? On Twitch, I made about, let's just do the base. So on Twitch, I made $12 on Wednesday. It is, so in 24, I thought you weren't supposed to talk about it on Twitch. I didn't give you any numbers you can work. I can tell you what I made. Can you do anything? Can you do anything with that data? Did I give you any specifics? I told you how much I made. You don't know if I made that in bits and tips and subscriptions and donations. You don't know what I made there. I gave you a number. So on Wednesday I made $12.50. And on Wednesday I made $12.50 in 4 hours here on Twitch. And I made $3.39 on YouTube. Now, the $3.39 on YouTube is evergreen content. I didn't need to actively do anything for that. I'm not being offended. You are just ignoring those viewer tendencies of XQC streams, Ludwig streams that are vastly different from your anecdotal experience. You cannot tell me your viewer demographic is not significantly older than theirs in Twitch demographic growth rates. You're refusing to accept the fact that I have Twitch viewers. You literally said Twitch viewers have a short attention span. These are Twitch viewers. These are Twitch viewers. You can't cherry pick out numbers. Which is what you're trying to do. Are there people who sit in those streams who aren't even at their keyboard? Yeah. Are there people who sit in my stream, they're not even at their keyboard? Yeah, those are called supporters. If you remember at the very beginning, I said meaningful viewers. Meaningful viewers. I started all the way back with the phrase meaningful viewers. People who are actually there. I don't know. Watch this. This is where you get to go home now. Because I told you to come back with empirical data. I told you to come back with empirical data. You didn't. You came back with bullshit. And now you want to move the goalpost. You don't have to be here. You have to go get educated because I gave you your 15 minutes and you moved on to semantics. I gave you your 15 minutes. I gave you the warning shot. I told you to disengage. And I'm going to tell you this. You were being offended. You know how I know you're being offended? It's real simple. If you weren't being offended, you wouldn't have said I'm not being offended. Non-offended people don't feel the need to say that. Can we get back to Ashes? You may be new to my channel. We chase down rabbit holes. We go down rabbit holes all the time. Just like Steven says, Ashes of Creation won't be for everybody. My show will not be for everybody. But I don't like when people are saying stuff because people read that, right? I'm having this stream open while working. Am I a meaningful viewer? Right now, you're a meaningful viewer because you said something. If you're listening, you're a meaningful viewer. Just wait until someone thinks you're too mean. I already get that. I get people who report me to Twitch all the time. This son of a bitch banned me. This son of a bitch banned me. Twitch is like, yeah, he did. I'm toxic, yeah. I'm the toxic Avenger, man. Even then, the nature of Twitch promotes viewers with longer attention spans. You think? But yeah, anyway. I wanted to close up the discussion. Somebody said, YouTube needs to pay their content creators more. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't pay the content creators. YouTube links up advertisers with content creators. So that's the problem. I saw somebody else do something about money. I love having YouTube Premium because I hate advertisements. Just so people know, if you have YouTube Premium, you are not hurting your favorite content creators. We do get paid. We do get paid if you have YouTube Premium. So if you receive donation on YouTube streaming, it takes 50%. At least that's what some YouTubers say. Yes, that is also true. So I listen while I work out. The perk of being a Twitch mod is reading the unban requests. I actually have my unban requests scheduled for 1 year because I don't want to hear from the people. It's like the thing I want out of Ashes of Creation to a lot of others. I'm looking forward to days and weeks of traveling and exploring, not running high-level dungeons. Let me tell you, right? Let me tell you, off the bat, where's my A1 map? This map, on its own, takes 3 hours maybe to just travel around. It takes about 3 hours to travel around this map. I imagine if you were not using this map that Intrepid inadvertently shared with us, or the one that we do have that they deliberately shared with us, it would probably take you a lot longer. Because right now on the map, you know where the points of interest are, so you're going to the points of interest. But if you didn't have this map, you'd have to follow things around to find them. Also, we know where the things are right now because we have a map. There's times where something will pop. We have a map with all the location names on it. I can't share that one because it's still under NDA. But you're like, you're like, oh, which node was that? You're going to see a message on your map that pops that this node's leveled up, and you're going to be like, yeah, that's great. Now, where is it? First time caller, log in and get a second ad, but I wanted to log in and say, good game, mate. I don't like having willfully ignorant people just spout nonsense as facts. Just found you and I already like the show. Hey, I appreciate that. That's kind of why I run my show the way I run my show. Because if you don't bring facts to me, I can't dispute your facts. But when I'm giving facts and you're not giving any, you just need to go away then. I'm a mailman. Thank you for what you do. Mailmen do not postal carriers, you said mailman, so I'll say mailman, but postal carriers do not get enough love and respect. Thank you for what you do, especially somebody like me who pretty much stays in my house all the time. Everything I get is delivered. Thank you for what you do. I'm a mailman. I listen at work. I post comments when I can, but I need to keep moving. I enjoy the info and all those rabbit holes. There you go. Hearts in chat for the mail people. I think we need hearts in chat for the mail people. There you go. You have a heart in chat. I appreciate you. I really do. Especially since we get my wife and I get our meds delivered now too. Because if I can rant for just one quick second, fuck the military bases, man. Fuck them. How the fuck is it I can show up at Walgreens or Walmart, walk in, I can show up at Walmart's pharmacy, be 3 people back in line, give them my prescription, and they're like, that'll be ready in 12 minutes. How is it that Walgreens has the system refined? I can get my meds in 12 minutes, but I go to the base and I gotta sit there. They're like, this will be ready in 2 hours. You know, and I've said, and when I was active duty, I said, how does it take 2 hours? Like, oh, well, the number of the number of scripts we get is more than Walgreens. Bullshit. I've been at a fucking Walgreens where there's 20 people deep in line, and you know, they've got one pharmacist and one pharmacy tech and one girl. No, they've got two pharmacy techs, but one of them's ringing in all the registers. They got one dude and one tech, and they're Jones, Smith, Plumber, White. Excuse me, Miss Scarlett, there's a problem with your prescription. You may want to come back in about an hour. We've called your doctor's office and nobody's picking up. We can't dispense this medication to you. So if you want to come back in about an hour, or if you want, we'll go ahead and we'll give you a call when this one's ready. Now the military's like 4 people in line. You're the 4th person of the day dropping off your script. Oh, that's going to be an hour. There's 30 of you back there. Welcome to the government-run things. Was the same when I lived on base too. Some things we went off base for. Blows my mind. I know, man. It fucking kills me. That's why I'm glad I'm retired. But even then, you know, I understand that during COVID, it was like a big deal. I'm not shitting on anybody for COVID, but I tried to go on the base to get my meds. And I actually got told retirees can only pick up their meds Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. I actually looked at the gate guard and I'm like, yeah, that's fucking fascinating, but these are mental health meds and I don't have any of them. And he kind of looked at me and he didn't know what to do. Young airman just standing there looking at me. And are you gonna let me on base or not? The sergeant walks over. What's the problem, Captain? Yeah, I need my mental health meds. Retirees can only pick up their meds on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. I understand that. The airman explained it exceptionally well, except I'm out of mental health meds. You can go to the pharmacy, sir. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. The post office is extremely short-staffed. We're doing the best we can. We just don't deliver mail. We deliver packages from all the other carriers as well. Plenty to do. Yeah, the little town I live in, to just talk about the post office for a second, the little town I live in, they get so many packages here that they load up for just my subdivision and the subdivision across the street. That guy says every day they have a truck worth, at least one truck worth of packages for the 2 subdivisions. People get mad. People get mad at the postal carrier because they're like, you dropped off my packages, but not my mail. Yeah, he's running the packages around first. He's going to come around to the mail. I mean, when he's junior, he doesn't understand which rules he can bend. Oh, no, I understand. But the thing is after talking to him, I didn't have to say, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I get that. Let me get my supervisor for you. Can you pull up to that station? You can't come on the base. The fuck? I can't come on the base. Now, I understood when they said retirees can't go to the BX on Mondays. I understand that. That's easy. I get that. Hey, retirees, get the hell out of here. Stop breathing on the military people. Let's see. But yeah, the post guy here, he's awesome. He runs around all the packages. There's actually people who are offended that they're... And he puts the package on your porch. But people are like, I went out for my mail and my mail wasn't here. My packages were. Well, yeah, I'm glad that you didn't have to walk 30 feet to your fucking mailbox. I don't get people. Anyway, 24 minutes. I'm looking forward to doing some testing. I am looking forward to doing some testing. Oh, wait, what? When and where did you not let retirees on a base? Last year during COVID, retirees were had limited days they could come on the base because they were trying to keep the retirees off the base when they were doing Scott. I retired out of Scott Air Force Base. They didn't want the retirees coming on base. They didn't want the retirees, clogging up the system. Is it possible to change the keybind for attack to say left click? Okay, so in Ashes of Creation, they have 2 camera modes. Okay, they have 2 camera modes. One of those camera modes, left click, is left click. But they have said you'll be able to rebind your keys, and Unreal Engine is very, very user-friendly when it comes to key mapping. So yeah, if you want to, basically what you would have to do is bind it to left click. I'm not sure if left click would be a good one to bind it to. Yeah, there's no key mapping in alpha right now, but that's because it'll come in time. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Yeah, if I think about that, I'm not quite sure if left click is going to be where you want to bind attack to, because I mean, I suppose you could bind it. I suppose you could bind attack to your left click even in tab mode, but then you would have to bind left click to a different key. You're sitting there listening to the launcher music. You scared the shit out of me. I thought I had the fucking launcher open. I was like, wait, you're what? Oh, no. Yeah, you probably could figure out a way to remap that so that it worked better. But you can't do that right now in alpha. There's no rebinding in alpha. Do we have time? Yeah, we do. We have time. We'll knock this out. I think the next one will be a 1 or a 2, and then we'll be finished for the day. I don't imagine I'm gonna be doing any I don't imagine that I'm gonna be doing any extra streaming this weekend. Although it all depends. It all depends on what I have going on. I may drop on to do some Chivalry too. Trying to figure things out. Oh, I forgot to plug my buddies. Don't forget to visit the Golden Feather tonight. I liked the way we had set up. I liked the way we had set up Fridays, where I would stream for 6 hours and go right into the Golden Feather show and drop you guys off with them. But make sure that you're going to see the Golden Feather, Chibi Bree and Vertec, on Friday nights. They're part of the Ashes of Creation stream team. They're good peeps. They're good peeps. A dinosaur. Let's see. I'm only just paid into the Alpha 2 today. Oh, you got a long time to go then. I'm sorry, my friend. You got a while. You're gonna be waiting a minute. You're gonna be waiting a minute before you can play. Alpha 2 is probably not gonna be anytime before this year. I would imagine, yeah, Alpha 2 will be 2022. No, Alpha 2 is not in August. People keep spreading that horrible rumor, and I have to keep killing that rumor. Alpha 2 is not in August. There is more Alpha 1 testing after the month-long testing. Originally, Steven had said in an interview, Alpha 1 was going to end this year. The problem with that statement, though, is now they've had 2 delays. So, I don't foresee that happening. I do not foresee that happening at all. So. No, I think Alpha 2 will definitely start. Alpha 2 will definitely start next year. Alpha 2 will definitely start next year. I mean, definitely. Intrepid wouldn't be able to survive as a company. And I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to be overly critical. I'm not trying to be like, the sky is falling. Remember, the betas aren't going to be as long as Alpha 2. Alpha 2 will be the longest testing phase. because they're doing traditional alpha and traditional beta. They won't move into beta until they've got the game mostly taken care of. Every time Intrepid gives a date, I add 2 months minimum. Yeah, on all dates except live streams and cosmetic changeouts. You know, do I have any estimated full release yet? No, I don't have any estimated full release date, nor would I want to even attempt to give that number, because you know, I think that they should be doing a mandatory shift right now. They should literally be having a meeting. They should literally be having a meeting. They should have already had it this week. Can we make July 9th? Yes or no? Can we make July 14th? Yes or no? And if they can't, they should punt now. Bad news, unlike time, never gets bad news, unlike wine, never gets better with time. Remember, if you have to delay in 3 weeks, you know you need to delay now. And if you don't know you need to delay now, then that's when those things that I say that I get told is demoralizing to Intrepid. If you don't know you need to delay right now, then you have an incompetent program manager. If you don't know you need to delay right now, you have an incompetent program manager. The only way that you have to delay the night before is if, oh shit, something we did completely broke everything. And when I say that and it's like, well, that's demoralizing. No, I'm sorry, because I'm the middle ground. I have to call out what Intrepid does well. I have to call out what Intrepid does poorly. If you don't know you're not going to make July 16th right now, then you have somebody incompetent running things, because you should have July 16th's build or July 14th's build should be done right now. You should be ready for July 14th and the month-long thing right now. Honestly, Intrepid has been a lot more open than most companies in regards to development and community feedback communication. Sure, and I've never said they haven't been. I've never said they haven't been open about development and community feedback. I've praised them on their community-driven development in the past. I think it's a very strong aspect of I think it's one of their strongest features. I've talked many times about how they need to go back to that well and how they need to build a well house around it and then a pump house, and how they need to make their community-driven development one of their focal points. I'm actually shocked that they don't leverage that strength a lot more than they do. They could be leveraging that strength and getting mileage out of that. And their marketing department could be getting mileage out of something that's not more offensive. How for example, real simple. They used to do a series called Developer Diaries. And I understand why the Developer Diaries needed to stop in 2020, because it's really difficult to do a developer diary if you don't have the people in the studio with good audio, good visual. I mean, it needs to be a very finished, refined product. But they could do a video. They could do a video right now. Here, I'm gonna storyboard this out. Ready? Watch this. I'm no shit gonna storyboard this out. Okay. So we're gonna drop in here, and we're gonna put in our idea. Right? Here's our idea. What is alpha testing? Okay, so we're gonna make a video. We're gonna make a video on what is alpha testing, and then we're gonna do, we're gonna do this, and on our logos, we're gonna do the Unreal Engine logo, and we're gonna do the Intrepid Studios logo. And what we're not gonna put, and what we're gonna make sure that we put this here, and let's put it in green, Ashes of Creation, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna make sure that we deliberately strike this through so that there's no confusion. We're not putting in the Ashes of Creation logo, right? Right. So we're gonna do what is alpha testing. We're gonna do our logo scenes, and then we're gonna have, ready? We're gonna have one, and then we're gonna copy this bad boy and 2, and 3, and 4. I want 4. So I'll put this one down here. Now watch this. We're gonna do Steven. We're gonna do Steven as the CD. What alpha means for the CD job. We're gonna do McP. What alpha means for the lead programmer job. We're gonna do Brian. What alpha means for the lead producer job. And then we're gonna do Sean. And we're gonna do what alpha means for the QA job. Boom. So here's what we're gonna do. Ready? Look at this. I'm already doing the job for him. Ready? I'm gonna do the job for him. They're gonna start a video. What is alpha testing? Developer diary. What is alpha testing? Now we're specifically gonna do the Unreal Engine logo and we're gonna do the Intrepid Studios logo, but we're not gonna do the Ashes of Creation logo because we're not making an Ashes of Creation marketing product here. We're making a Intrepid Studios educating their community product here. Now you're gonna say to me, why don't we put the Ashes of Creation logo in here? Because you want this, you absolutely positively want this product, right? You want this product to be educational, evergreen, and infectious. I already took it out. Spelt wrong. I got it. I moved the error. You want this to be infectious, right? I want this product to permeate. No, you forgot. I want this product to be educational. I want it to be evergreen, and I want it to be infectious. I want this product to go into. I want this product to go everywhere. I want it to go everywhere. My community, Ashes. I want it to go other MMORPGs. I want it to go to other games, right? I want this. Yeah, Margaret would be doing this because Margaret would be the host. So educational, evergreen, and infectious. And then here's the thing. Each one of these people is gonna slide Ashes into their speeches. But here's the thing. I've never promoted Ashes as a product here, right? And then I'm gonna make sure that I do my end slide, right? I wanna make sure that we cover this and we wanna put hope you enjoyed look into game development, specifically alphas and how they are used by studios. You know, hope you enjoyed the look into game development, specifically alphas, how they're used by game studios, how they help develop long-term projects like MMOs. And then next time, show you something in development, right? Oh, we can't go that long, otherwise we move. So you see what I'm saying? Now look at this. Is there a place you could put this idea conversation up? They'd see it. Do you as a content creator have that option? Because I agree that would be a great tool for him. Now, you know what? Here's the thing. If Steven wants my ideas, Steven can contact me and he could be like, hey man, I heard somebody showed me a clip of something you were talking about. Can you spell that out for me? If Steven wants, see, because here's the thing. I could say this, but obviously Steven's happy with the way they're doing their marketing right now. Steven's happy with it. I know he's happy with it because he hasn't shit-canned his marketing director. If Steven's happy with it, who am I to tell Steven why he's not happy? This is not better. This is Mo Beta. This is just Mo Beta. Like, what would I be doing? I would be doing a very aggressive marketing campaign that doesn't come off as a marketing campaign at all, because this is a marketing campaign. It's a marketing campaign that I wrapped up as an educational product, because people are going to be like, well, who the fuck is Intrepid Studios and what product are they making? Remember that guy earlier who said people won't go do research because they have short attention spans? If I show the Unreal Engine logo and I show the Intrepid Studios logo and I talk about Ashes and I talk about the other key part of this is everywhere you need to talk about Unreal Engine 4.5. Unreal Engine 4.5. Unreal Engine 4.5. And here's why you do that. Unreal Engine 4.5. I'm going to talk about Unreal Engine and Ashes of Creation in all of my examples. But I'm going to promote Unreal Engine. Why? Why is Unreal Engine not going to promote the shit out of this product? Why are they not going to share it on their social medias? You develop a really refined product that's doing advertising for your partner. It's doing marketing for yourself. Because all your examples are ashes. Those people are going to look for those examples. They're going to be like all that. And then next time we're going to show you how we're going to show you some artists and how we're going to do one on how a combat ability comes to fruition. And you do this, how is combat, right? How is a combat ability made? And you do the same thing. You do the Unreal Engine logo, you do the Intrepid Studios logo, but you don't tout this as an Ashes of Creation marketing product. You want it to become infectious. You want it to go into every other gaming community. Why? Because how the fuck is a developer going to ban people from sharing an educational video that's not based around a single game, and then your product becomes the gold standard for other communities to challenge their favorite studio to say, why aren't you doing a product like Intrepid Studios? What does alpha mean for you? Now you force them to either become transparent or promote your product. Hey, City State Entertainment, Intrepid Studios just did a video on what alpha testing means for them. Why don't you do any content like that? They're going to have to do it. They're going to have to become more transparent, or they're going to have to say, well, we really don't have anything to say other than what Intrepid Studios has said. Psychologically, you're second best to Intrepid because Intrepid has the answer and you're just copying it. That's not what we said. You're right. That's not what you said, but that's what the majority of brains are going to hear. We don't have anything to add on the topic. Intrepid took out a fucking 38-inch hickory stick from Kentucky and cranked a grand slam because they put out a product that it makes Intrepid the gold standard. Exactly. I would not be giving a shit about marketing a product that doesn't have an and then. And what I mean by an and then, right? What I mean by an and then. The pledge, the turn, the prestige. This is how you do a magic trick. Marketing is a magic trick. All it is, right? The prestige is what I refer to as the and then. And this, right? And this becomes the buy. This becomes the buy. At the end of this is the buy. Okay? So every action you put out, okay? And remember, buy doesn't have to necessarily mean you buy out of the cash shop, but buy is a buy in. So let me Ashes of Creation and show you this real quick because this is the relevance, right? So Ashes of Creation has emotes for Fee and Nick, right? Fee and Nick. And that's fine. They have emotes. So the pledge is the Twitter post, right? Pledge is the Twitter post. Okay. So we show you this Twitter post that these emotes, what'd they say? We are glad to present you more Fee and Nick emojis. You'll be able to find and use them via Giphy, Search Ashes Creation, and on our Discord. So the pledge. The pledge is the Twitter post showing these emotes. The turn is you can use them, right? What's the prestige? The buy. What's the buy? Join the Discord. Okay? That's the buy. The buy isn't a cash shop purchase. Why? If they only wanted to show you off the emojis, why did they put the discord.gg/creation in such big letters, right? Why did they put that in such big letters? They did that because that's their buy. That's their buy. The Twitter post is the pledge. Hey, we want to talk to you. The turn, you can use these items. The prestige. And then if you buy, the buy is join our Discord. If you buy, you can use these. What can I use? What you showed me. This is marketing 101. This is marketing. This is engagement. This is get them to sign on the fucking line that is dotted. That's how this works. The buy doesn't always have to be money. The buy is follow. Like, if I say to you right now, hey guys, the biggest way that you can help support the Paradox Gaming Network is if you're not already following this channel, go ahead and follow this channel. Make sure that you have all your notifications turned on so the next time I go live, you'll know that I'm here and we can talk. If you don't want to follow the channel, that's completely fine. I don't want you to follow a channel you're not going to like. I will let you know that my schedule is down below. If you don't currently see my schedule, Twitch made a few changes. Go ahead and click on the chibi's head. It's going to take you back to your choices and you can click on schedule. So, there is a lot of bits and pieces there. Remember, and my lunch showed up exactly at 12:59, so it's lunchtime. But remember, right? Remember, I don't have to make a sale today. Not every prestige, not every and then is a financial transaction. Follow me on YouTube, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Twitch, join my Discord. All those things are the buy. All those things are the prestige. All those things are the end then. And I think if Intrepid would stop with the bullshit and do some heavy fucking hard hitting videos like I just showed you. What does alpha mean? How does an ability get made? How do you design an environment? How do you balance combat? Like shit, just think of take all the concerns people have about Ashes of Creation, become transparent on how a studio does shit. You could do one as simple as how does a studio vet feedback to listen to? Holy fuck, imagine that. Imagine that, right? They would be able to walk you through their process. And now, like I said, you don't do it as an Ashes of Creation product because then you're being disingenuous. Do it from the studio side. And then it becomes infectious. And then it goes into every other community. And you force your change to all these other games because, hey, Intrepid Studios is doing this. What are you doing? Intrepid Studios tells us how the QA process works. Intrepid Studios tells us how the tells us how the alpha data gets used, or what it means for the 4 key people that use it. The QA guy, the lead game designer, the lead programmer, the lead producer, the creative director. Could you imagine the fucking power of that marketing campaign? Man, give me a fucking fuck. I will pay a camera crew. You give me access to those 4 people. I will get a camera crew. I will go out to San Diego. I will produce that video and that will fucking blow my channel up. Like, I'm excited. I would love Steven to call me up today and be like, hey, Bubba, get out here to San Diego. We're going to go with your project. You're going to produce it. I want you to make that product. Get out here. Holy fuck, man. That is like a fucking gold mine. It is money machine goes brrr. Let's just fucking crank it. It would be amazing. That's how confident I am in it. I am that confident in that effectiveness. It would be amazing. Amazeballs. Don't break. Come on. Yeah, there we go. I am that confident. Did I kill something? Oh, I did. Maybe I get my kill now. Just to confirm, Ash's end start style will be more based on realism on release. No, their art style is going to be based on exactly what you've been seeing lately. They're not going to make a sudden radical change to their art style. The art style you see in Ashes is the art style you're going to get. And no, Z, I'm not telling your story. Well, I'll tell your story, but the condition, Z, for me to tell your story in a YouTube video is I need all the baby photos first. We'll start there. Educate players again on how difficult game development truly is. No, bullshit. The word difficult, I can't endorse the word difficult. Heart surgery is fucking difficult. Brain surgery is difficult. Garbage collection is difficult when people stack the bags next to the cans when you have an automatic can lifter. Mail delivery is difficult when it's 100 degrees and hot outside. Everybody's job is difficult. Everybody's job is difficult. I can't get down with the word difficult. I can't get down with the word difficult. People in the military deploying to third world shitholes getting shot at, that's difficult. That's difficult. Game development in California in an air-conditioned office, man, I can't be disingenuous. I can't say how difficult game development, intricate, complicated, we can go with those words, but I will never embrace programmers when they say my job is so star-spangled difficult that I should be given a lot more leeway, because bullshit. Stressful? I'll give you stressful. But as you guys know, the reason why I feel that way is, as I close up the show here, the reason why I feel that way is quite simply, in my history, game developers, not just game developers, in my history, programmers come in two flavors. Programmers come in two flavors. The arrogant, cocky guy who says, I can do it in 2 days, and ends up taking him 3 weeks. Or the underconfident guy that says, in order for me to do that, I need 3 weeks. And if properly motivated and given the right incentive, he could probably get it done in 5 days. Every programmer I've ever said, nobody has ever challenged me on that and said, yeah, I usually get my stuff done exactly when I said I'll get my stuff done. They're all like, yeah, I'm the guy that says I can do it in 2 days and it ends up taking me 3 weeks. Or they said I'm the guy that does 3 weeks. It would take me 5 days if I wouldn't try to multitask. Time consuming, absolutely a better word than difficult. Time consuming, I'm not programming. The programmers in here have said on major occasions that every programmer here agrees with the same statement. If I write something, I compile it and I run it. It works right the first time. I throw that code out and I say, what the fuck did I do there? But that ain't supposed to work that way. Anyway, is anybody on? Is anybody else on that we can go visit? I don't think so. Nobody's there. Any new people? You know what? I'm gonna drop you off with another streamer. I'm gonna eat a sandwich and I'm gonna get into testing. Go say hi to this new guy. I have no idea who he is, but I'm gonna drop off the Ashes people with the Ashes guy. You guys take care. I will see you Monday for my normally scheduled show, and make sure you follow the channel because I may go live over the weekend. I never know what's gonna happen. You guys take care.